we'll open up the Architectural Board of Review agenda for Tuesday, May 26th, 2026. Can we start with roll call?
Okay, here we go for roll call. Chair Anderson.
Here.
Vice Chair Wellen. Board Member Anderson.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Noon.
Here.
Board Member Six.
Here.
And Board Member Soffren.
Here.
And we have quorum. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to general business, and that's public comment. So any member of the public may address the board for up to 2 minutes on any subject within its jurisdiction that is not on today's agenda. Oh, we have it on hand up. Did you fill out a slip?
Okay.
We can fill out one afterwards. Yeah.
After. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's sort of tangential to one of the items that's on here, but I can't stay till 5, so it's not quite on there, so it's a little busy. But,
okay.
So anyway, it's about the Milpas project, and
Okay.
I know you guys are gonna approve it or not approve it, and my question is, if it's approved, when does the public get to comment about mitigation of construction issues within the neighborhood? I live across the street.
So that would be a building permit time. I'm actually gonna have
Okay.
Kira here give you my contact information, and then, well, actually, can you give her Barbara's contact information and just reach out to her, and she'll kind of explain how that whole environmental stuff works.
Yeah, I mean, it's just more, but yeah, like just.
And she'll walk you. She can help you with the project stuff.
Okay,
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah,
it.
yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're still in public comment.
We're still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
General public comment, I do not see any raised hands on Zoom, so we are good on general public comment.
So this is general public comment. We will open up public comment for the item that you're talking about once the applicant's done with their presentation. So just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, so we can close general public comment. Okay, let's move on to the approval of the minutes from the meeting on April 27th.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. So the minutes are up on the screen, up on the TVs.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
Okay, here we go. Chair Anderson.
Yes.
Board Member Anderson. Trey Anderson, sorry.
Yes.
Board Member Black.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Six.
Yes.
Board Member Soffren.
Yes.
And the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the approval of the minutes from the consent meeting on April 27th.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Item A, 416 East Coda Street, project design and final approval as submitted. Item B, 1014 Coast Village Road, was given project design and final approval as submitted. Item C, 719 West Sola Street, received project design and final approval as submitted. Item D, 202 East Coda Street, received project design and final approval with the condition that it's acceptable to remove the trees with the understanding that a landscape plan will be submitted at a later date. And there was the last item, a courtesy review for 721 Cliff Drive, and that was continued indefinitely. Thank you.
Okay,
Motion to approve. Second.
any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote.
Here we go. Chair Anderson.
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Anderson.
Yes.
Trey Anderson. Board Member Black.
Yes.
Board Member Noon.
Yes.
Board Member Six.
Yes.
And Board Member Soffren.
Yes.
And the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, and then ratification of action taken on today's consent calendar.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. So we had two items today. First item was 213 Cottage Grove Avenue. That was continued indefinitely. And then item B, 1729 Villa Ave, received project design and final approval. And those were the only two items. Thank you.
I'll make a motion for approval, or for ratification.
Second.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Here we go. Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Trey Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Six,
Yes.
and Board Member Southard.
Yes.
And motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, are there any announcements, requests by applicants for withdrawals, continuances, future agenda items?
One quick announcement from staff. This is to everyone that's in attendance today. Looking at the agenda, the earliest your item could be heard is 15 minutes before. So I know some of you all might be here for 335 South Milpas. The earliest we can hear that item is 5:05 p.m. So if you're here, you can maybe go do
back.
something and then come back. But so again, if you're waiting around for some item on this long agenda today, the earliest we can hear your item would be 15 minutes before its scheduled time. So just want to make that known.
Yes.
Thanks.
And if you have a public comment, there's a slip sheet over there that you fill out and hand it to our secretary.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to item number 1. This is a discussion item. It's a waterfront adaptation plan. The purpose of the waterfront adaptation plan is to develop practical solutions to address coastal flooding and erosion for the next 30 years while enhancing beach access, recreation, boating, and habitat. Staff requests Architectural Board of Review feedback on potential conceptual design options being considered for the waterfront adaptation plan. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves, and you'll have 15 minutes to present.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timmy Bolton, Senior Climate Adaptation Analyst and Project Manager for this work effort. Joined here today by Melissa Hetrick, Adaptation and Resilience Program Manager, as well as Michael Wells, Climate Adaptation Analyst in the crowd. My presentation today will begin by setting the context for how this project fits into the city's overall program to address all climate hazards. I'll then run through our latest understanding of what those climate hazard risks are along the waterfront, some initial ideas we have on how to address those risks, briefly talk about next steps, and then we'll have a discussion period. So the city is unique in that we have a dedicated adaptation resilience program with 3 full-time staff, who are all here today, whose purpose is to work with teams throughout the city organization to help our community prepare for current and future climate-related hazards like sea level rise, flooding, erosion, and wildfire. We're actively working on several major work efforts as shown on the slide here. These are primarily the highest priority implementation items from the city's 2021 sea level rise adaptation plan that took a comprehensive look at sea level rise risks over the next 100 years or so. So this includes doing a regional coastal monitoring program with our partners at Beacon. It includes preparing our wastewater and water infrastructure for all climate-related hazards. It includes improving the resiliency from flooding from the rain in the Laguna watershed, as well as doing a climate adaptation plan at the airport. Our other major work effort is the Waterfront Adaptation Plan, which is funded by the California Coastal Commission, the California Coastal Conservancy, as well as the city. As mentioned by the chair, our guiding light and vision is shown on the slide here, which is to develop practical solutions to address coastal flooding and coastal erosion for at least the next 30 years while enhancing beach access, recreation, boating, and habitat. This is about a 3-year work effort. We're about halfway through it. We did some early community engagement in about February of last year, and then did a big effort to do 2 new technical modeling and analysis to better understand what's at risk today and what will be at risk in the future with continued sea level rise. We're now at that exciting juncture where we're beginning to put pen to paper, sketch out some initial ideas on what we can do to address those risks. I really want to emphasize that we're really at about the beginning of a year-long process as we work towards an ultimate recommendation, an ultimate recommended draft concept with more detailed design drawings. So this is really early initial concept input before we bake the cake. Our project area is a 3-mile coastal portion of our city that spans from Ledbetter Beach to the Clark Estate. As we all know, this is one of the city's most valued public assets. It supports beaches, parks, the commercial working harbor, commercial fishing, tourism, boating, transportation, you name it. It serves as one of the cornerstones of our local economy with about $100 million in recreational value, plays a big part in the county's $7.7 billion blue economy, as well as the $2.2 billion South Coast tourism market. Because of its location and low elevation, It's a portion of our city that's particularly vulnerable to coastal flooding, coastal erosion, and storm damage. For the purpose of this project, we are primarily focused on two broad categories of hazard impacts. The first is the area where waves are actively crashing and causing damage, and the second is the inland flooding that occurs from the ocean. Today, we face both types of those impacts as shown on this slide. We've experienced big waves bashing against our infrastructure. We've experienced our parking lots collapsing into the ocean. Separately, our parking lots have been covered in sand and flooded from the ocean, and we've experienced flooding in the harbor commercial area itself, which has disrupted our operations and management. At the end of the day, it's truly not sustainable for us as a city to spend $3 million in cleanup and repair costs from a single large coastal storm like we did in 2023, which is a core reason why we're doing this work effort. As part of this project, we took a deep dive to analyze how our shorelines have evolved and changed over time, and what we found matched our anecdotal experience, which is that East Beach has been eroding fairly significantly in recent times. Relative to the year 2000, on average each year we've been losing about 5 feet of beach width, which is a fairly significant amount. Why this is important is that over time, not only are we losing recreational access and value of that sandy beach area, but that as the shoreline has moved inland over time, so too has the inland flooding risk to the areas around it. So what we mean by that is this photo in the middle was taken during a king tide event this past November when we had a high tide, and we saw then the water was right up to the ice plant and in some cases spilled up and over. And so what we mean taking this all into consideration then is that right portion of the photo is far more likely to flood from the ocean today than certainly it was 20 to 25 years ago. Luckily, there are different dynamics along our coast. During the same time period, Ledbetter was actually a relatively stable beach and West Beach actually grew slightly. When we look forward in time, we see that our risk profile will only evolve, and with continued sea level rise, our challenges will only grow. As a quick data point, we've experienced 3 to 4 inches of local sea level rise relative to the year 2000, and we anticipate that that value and rate of increase will only accelerate in the coming years. Before we dive into what this will look like along the waterfront, I really just want to ground us in the context of our city and region. About half the city's beaches and most of the region's beaches have inland coastal bluffs like we see in this slide here at Henry's. And why this is important is that over time with continued sea level rise, the shoreline continues to march inland, and the access to dry sandy beach at the base of those bluffs will be increasingly limited. So the paradigm will far more often be that graphic on the right, more so than the graphic on the left. This will only increase the demand for and the importance of maintaining the waterfront as a sandy beach destination, and is a core reason why that's a key project objective for this work effort. So what this and the following slide show are the future positions of our shoreline with continued sea level rise. It assumes all of the existing infrastructure remains, all of the existing management and operations remain, the same infrastructure's there. We just add in sea level rise processes on top of those current and historic trends. So that line closest to the ocean in green represents 0.8 foot of sea level rise, or about the year 2050. The middle line in red is 1.6 foot of sea level rise, or about the year 2065, and that inlandmost line in blue is 2.5 foot, or about the year 2075. And what we see starting first in Ledbetter, and then we'll work our way east through our project area, is that within this portion of our coast, we've more or less lost the sandy beach within the next 50 years ago, especially in front of the harbor commercial area, although it does fare a little bit better in front of Shoreline Cafe and the picnic area. At West Beach, we see that it too begins to show some erosion trends, but that it remains wide and sandy. And it remains wide and sandy well beyond the 30-year focus of this work effort, which really creates this profound opportunity to really celebrate, encourage, and concentrate this as a sandy beach destination, especially when we consider the challenges faced on East Beach. As I mentioned, we have this challenging historic erosion condition, and with sea level rise, these challenges only grow. Based on our analysis, we anticipate losing the sandy beach some point around 2065 or so, and this entire area could erode all the way back to Cabrillo Boulevard at some point between 2065 and 2075, which creates a significant challenge. If we take a moment now to really hone in on the inland flooding risk again, this is flooding from the ocean, not from rain from the inland side of things. We see that even today we have inland flooding risk. The darkest teal, which comes out a little more blue on this screen, represents current high tide. That lighter teal is future high tide with sea level rise, and then these other colors represent different coastal storm conditions, so basically different type swell wave events. And so we see on the left, during really big storms today, there's already some risk to Cabrillo Boulevard and some of the areas on the other side of it. Throughout time, with continued sea level rise, that extent of inland flooding only grows. The point here is to emphasize that we really need some sort of vertical protective measure, something raised above the adjacent grade to prevent water from the ocean from flooding the inland portions of our city. For this project, we are primarily focused on the paradigm shown in that middle and left graphic, while preparing for, considering, and setting ourselves up for success, that paradigm that we will eventually face by the end of the century. So I want to emphasize that while we certainly have a challenge on our hands, it's truly not all doom and gloom, and there's a toolbox of proven solutions, and we are exploring that entire toolbox. Everything from hard, traditional engineered solutions, like seawalls and revetments, to softer nature-based solutions, like beach nourishment, sand berms, and dunes. Also considering engineered methods to widen the beaches with groins, headlands, and artificial reefs, as well as strategically relocating things, taking them in areas that are currently have hazard risks and taking them out of that risky hazard area. I want to emphasize that each one of these approaches has unique benefits and trade-offs, so it's likely that our eventual recommended approach will include some combination of each of these. What we mean by that is seawalls can do a great job of protecting what's directly behind them, but they can also narrow the beaches right in front of them. Beach nourishment, sand berms, and dunes can do a great job of replicating or restoring natural systems, but they can also get quickly washed away if we have really big waves. Groins and headlands can do a great job of widening beaches, but they can also starve downcoast beaches, which can create all sorts of impacts. Some things can't easily be moved, like the harbor. So I want to emphasize that while I know I've talked a lot about coastal hazards, and that's a key driver of this project, we are really taking a holistic view of infrastructure improvement. If we're going to make this massive investment along our waterfront, why not do it in a way that also improves the experience for our users at the same time? So the ideas shown on this slide are all things we heard during that initial community engagement campaign when we said, hey, what do you love about the waterfront? What could we do better on? A key thing is that we need to have a safe way to walk and bike throughout the entire project area. There are some notable gaps in the network, namely in the Harbor West and Ledbetter parking lot area. You're on the bike path, you're on a sidewalk, and then it just kind of dumps you out in a parking lot. So that's something we plan to address through this work effort. West Beach has this really profound opportunity to be reimagined as something more than it is today. It's challenged by how the storm drain system operates. We have storm pipes that are below the ultimate elevation of the sand, so you end up with this pooling and compaction issue shown here, where the water ponds, compacts the sand, makes it not an ideal experience, so that's something we plan to address. There are certainly epic moments and spaces along the waterfront, but there are also some areas that aren't necessarily as welcoming or as connected as they could be. So that's a key theme you'll see embedded in some of these concepts in a moment, is really improving the urban design, the user experience along the waterfront. Heard clear demand for additional facilities, everything from boat storage to bathrooms. We see a clear need to enhance economic vitality, both to support the local economy, but also to pay for some of these infrastructure improvements. And finally, there's a rich recreational heritage along the waterfront. We want to celebrate that. We want to continue that. As we start to talk about solutions, we are primarily prioritizing those that are multi-benefit. So what we mean by that is, hey, if you're going to add a new safe way to walk and bike, Harbor West Ledbetter parking lot area, why not design that new infrastructure in a way that also addresses the hazard impact that we've been experiencing in that same area? So a key idea you'll see introduced here and come out a number of times throughout the rest of this presentation is this idea of an elevated walking and biking path. The premise is that would be raised above grade to provide that vertical element we need to prevent water from the ocean from flooding our inland areas. It could also provide that safe transportation function with separate space for each of our users. It could include adjacent planted areas, adjacent park or park-like areas, space for any assets that get relocated inland, things like that. So taking this all into consideration and pulling together a preliminary list, very early days to start the conversation. It's all centered around these 4 goals shown here. The first is saving the sandy beach and enhancing recreation. It's protecting the commercial working harbor in place. It's protecting our inland areas, inland neighborhoods for flooding from the ocean, and it's providing that safe way to walk, bike, and roll throughout our entire project area, ideally in combination with that inland flood protection measure. For this project, we are envisioning 3 types of projects shown here. The first are the quick wins. These are the low-hanging fruit, just do it, low cost, things we can do relatively quickly, start doing immediately after plan adoption. Things like restriping parking lots, minor drainage improvements, temporary flood walls, things like that. The core measures are really the bread and butter of this work effort. They're the things that provide holistic hazard protection for at least the 30-year focus of this project, things like that elevated walking and biking path. We're also considering so-called future options. These are things that aren't necessarily required from a hazard protection standpoint for the next 30 years or so, but could be required later, or things that fundamentally change the physical characteristics of the coats, things like groins, things like headlands, things like that. The way we see this coming together is that really the quick wins are stopgap measures while we work on funding, permitting, and ultimately building those core measure projects that will be required regardless of which future options we ultimately pursue. For my presentation today, I'm just going to focus on the quick wins and core measures because those are the ones that you'll see more soon from a permitting standpoint. So diving into it, starting first at Ledbetter, the vision for this reach of our project is all about a sandy beach and recreation destination. The quick wins here are all about addressing those pressing safety and flooding fixes. The first thing we need to do is to provide that safe way to walk and bike to add that missing link in our network. So one idea is to take really the edge of the existing paved area closest to the ocean and restripe that in a similar manner you see in the top left of this slide to have separate space for our users to walk and bike. We're also exploring temporary deployable floodproofing, sandbags, flood walls, things like that that we could use during storms to provide some protection for Shoreline Cafe and the restrooms. Considering doing a low curb wall, that photo on the top right is at West Beach, so something similar to that at the edge of the pavement to provide some additional hazard protection so it doesn't fall into the ocean like we experienced 2023 and shown in an earlier slide. Because there's the potential to impact some parking by restriping a portion of this parking lot, we're considering capturing some excess right-of-way. There's some unused space when you come down the hill on Shoreline between that and the actual parking lot. So we think by pushing the parking lot out a bit over there, we can make up any spaces impacted by adding this new restriped area to walk and bike.
Your time is up, but how much longer do you think you need? Yeah, I know.
4 minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes it is.
At Ledbetter, so from the potential core measures, it's all about this idea of strategically moving things inland over time to keep the beach sandy. Taking area that's currently park, convert that to sandy beach. Behind that, convert paved area to park or park-like area with space for relocated assets. And then introducing that elevated walking and biking path to provide that last line of defense when we have big storms, high water levels from flooding our inland areas. Because there's the impact to impact some parking, considering new multi-story parking garages to consolidate some of those spaces on the north side of Shoreline Drive, as well as doing some stormwater improvements to address some known challenges. Also want to mention when we talk about relocation, these things can be done in phases. Either we have replacement facilities available or they're no longer safe to access or operate. At the harbor, it's all about commercial fishing, recreation, and public access. Quick wins here are quite similar to that at Ledbetter. Temporary deployable floodproofing, extending that new space to walk and bike, and doing some minor drainage improvements in the harbor commercial area itself. The core measures are all about flood protection while prioritizing public access and boating. The big move here is to explore a new rock revetment in front of the entire harbor commercial area to provide that hazard protection component, while including a pedestrian promenade on top to improve access for our users, to provide 360 circulation around that harbor commercial area and provide a connection from the breakwater to Ledbetter. Also want to maximize the limited space within the harbor commercial area itself to prioritize public access and boating, enhancing and strategically raising existing paths for both transportation safety, flood protection, and considering doing some strategic economic development in a portion of the harbor main parking lot to generate some revenues to help pay for operations, management, and infrastructure improvements. At West Beach, it's all about a premier sandy beach destination. The first thing we need to do is to address the storm drain challenge. One idea is to consolidate those pipes, so instead of outfall and ponding, they get rerouted and potentially outfalled at the base of Stearns Wharf. If we want to lean into this idea of taking your family to the beach for a full sandy beach day experience, we need some facilities that support that experience. So considering adding restrooms, showers, cafe, beach concessions, those types of things. As with our other areas, considering that elevated walking and biking path for that last line of defense. Here with potentially a new adjacent park or park-like area to provide a much better connection for our users traveling from the harbor, Stearns Wharf, Lower State Street, lower downtown, and retaining space for our existing storage for small boats to malls, canoes, that type of thing. At East Beach, it's quite similar to that at Ledbetter, in that it's all about that sandy beach and recreation destination. This area is challenged by those high erosive conditions, but the approach remains the same. Take an area that's currently park, convert that to sandy beach. Behind that, have the elevated walking and biking path for the safe transportation function and to keep this area for sandy as long as we can. So I realize that was a lot. The question is, where do we go from here? We've been doing a lot of outreach, launched at March with Council. We'll be summarizing our findings at the Sustainability Council Subcommittee on June 4th. We've done everything from open houses to community events. We had a survey with 1,400 responses, direct Spanish community engagement, community events, all sorts of things. This summer, we'll be doing technical analysis and developing a funding strategy implementation pathway with a goal of releasing a draft plan about a year from now, which is when we'll next return to this board with a recommended approach and those implementation steps, shooting to return to council by the end of next calendar year. We have an awesome website. All of our materials in this presentation are available there. Always happy to chat. Anybody who wants to about this project, love to hear some ideas. Contact info is shown on the screen. And we have a series of questions here to help guide the conversation. These are what we've asked everybody, more or less. The first is, are we generally headed in the right direction with these high-level concepts? Are these worth studying in more detail as we build towards a recommendation? Are there other things we should be looking at? What did we miss? What key questions do you want answered when we do that technical analysis? And do you have any initial thoughts on proposed phasing? And that concludes my presentation. Thank you for the extra couple of minutes.
All right, thank you. We will open up public comments for this item.
For this particular item, I did not receive any public correspondence, and I have not received any speaker slips for it. And on Zoom, I do not see any raised hands for this particular discussion item. Thank you.
Okay, we'll close public comment for item 1 and go to questions from the board. Board Member 6.
Yes, Chair Anderson, I looked at this carefully at the video on historic landmarks, so I hope you'll be patient because I have some discussion. First of all, the quick wins will obviously come to the design boards for review.
Honorable Chair and Commissioner, yes, anything that requires design review will come to the board.
Okay.
I should clarify. So a portion of the project area is within Historic Landmark Commission
Yes,
review, and
yeah.
then a portion is within Architectural Board of Review. So
East and west.
yeah, it's generally the western portion of our project area is this board, and the eastern portion is Historic Landmark Commission.
Okay. There was the City College parking lot. Is that part of a possible site, a program site? And therefore, could Cabrillo Boulevard be considered to be relocated if there was a parking structure to accommodate the parking at City College now on the surface?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, the parking lot that City College uses is actually, it's on city land. The city owns it, and we have a joint use agreement with City College for joint use of that area. That is very much within the scope of this project and things we're considering. In terms of relocating Shoreline and Cabrillo Boulevard, there was a baseline assumption for this work effort that that right-of-way would more or less remain in place, at least for the next 30-year focus or so. There's a point later in the century with much higher sea level rise amounts where moving or relocating that is a little more on the table. Our thinking is, in terms of just making this project more cost-effective and more feasible, we would essentially assume that that is our last line of defense, line in the sand, at least for the next 30-ish years or so, because it would be so expensive to relocate that,
Yeah.
and because of all the infrastructure that's below it. There was a general vision for this project that we're really trying to maintain the waterfront feeling as much as it does today for as long as we can while addressing these sea level rise challenges and not fundamentally changing the built environment, the inland built environment yet.
Okay, thanks. I think one of my concerns is, as we see with the buildup of the dunes along the bikeway along, is that Chase Park? What is the long, Palm Park? Palm Park? That it gets in the way of the view of the sand and the ocean. And a lot of my questions are about, having minimizing or obstructing the view of the user on the other side of these levees. And so, one thing I would suggest is that when we talk about this, the green line for the raised bike parking and walking, if that could be considered, that we could raise some of the park and using areas to make this not just one single line for the exclusive use of the walkway, but to widen it out and have parks are usable, including Palm Park. You know, if Palm Park was a multi-level park where part of it was, you know, slightly above the walkways that you know, that people could more directly experience the ocean and the sand. It seems that when I hear you say this green and see the graphic of this green line, I see this narrow levee, and I was wondering if you're envisioning that this could be a multi-bulbous, you know, include a lot of amenities on each side.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Absolutely, that is definitely our goal, is to have terracing to it. We don't want it to feel like a wall.
Yeah.
And it's intended to be so much more than just a transportation facility.
Uh-huh.
The goal is to have either it slowly ramp up or have terraces with different experiences, different things along the way.
Sides.
On both sides, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And that could include everything from park-like function to planted areas to seating to anything else. And if there's specific things you want to see, love to hear that too. We are definitely on the same wavelength, though.
It's too early, but,
Yeah.
you know, I can especially see Palm Park being a multi-level thing where, granted, we need, you know, those wide swaths for soccer and so forth, but maybe there's higher levels of it. I wouldn't want to create another barrier look right at the street or in back of the artist stands, but, you know, to really play with the three-dimensional sculpting of those types of bulb outs that
We definitely want some romance in the experience.
there you go. So I think one of the key questions for analysis is that, again, back to this shutting the user experience off from more direct visual access, is that maybe sightline studies and analysis and maybe even visual panoramas or whatever should be part of that toolbox that we study those type of things to make sure that we balance the engineers, you know, the need to get as high as possible, but, you know, and to balance it with the cutting off of the experience of some of the vital use areas. So, you know, so there, you know, so we have the priorities and we know how to judge, you know, we have better tools to judge the trade-offs. And my last comment was, you know, as many things, the quick wins that my experience is that, you know, whenever somebody says, an applicant says, oh, this is only temporary, well, the quick wins, you know, considering the complexity of this, could be there for quite a while. So I would be interested to put in consideration that these temporaries, like I see these black sandbags as a temporary barrier to protecting restrooms of sorts. Maybe we should look at those and not so quick, but get something of quality that we can live with for, you know, maybe an extended period of time. So those are my inputs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone down here? Board Member Sofrin, you want to go?
No, I mean, just in terms of answering the question of whether these options seem to be heading in the right direction, I would say that they are. I mean, it seems your efforts have been pretty comprehensive, and so I look forward to seeing what's proposed in a more specific way. That, you know, because we typically will respond to things just from an aesthetic and functional point of view. So, yeah, so I think you're going in the right direction, certainly.
Okay, Board Member Noon? Board Member Salford?
Can you talk a little bit? I'm assuming you guys have done a lot of, see a lot of diligence done. Has there been a coordinated effort with the Army Marine Corps of Engineers with this study?
Hi, through the chair, Board Member Safran. Not yet. So right now, the Army Corps, the only way that they're involved in our waterfront is either through permitting in the offshore environment or through the dredging operation. Otherwise, they don't, unlike other cities, they don't manage or own our breakwater or marinas. Other cities, it's much more common for them to be the owners and manage those. Our breakwater is privately owned. When we looked into trying to engage them as closer project partners, they really weren't interested. They're not interested in taking on new assets. They have enough going on with their existing assets. And so we will be working with them as far as permitting and continuing the dredging operation. But they are at this juncture not super excited to get into design with us. And in particular, since we are not currently proposing things like groins or offshore measures that would trap sand or change sediment patterns, that's where they would really want to become involved, because that affects down coast harbors and things like that. So we are in contact with them, but I guess this is to say that a decision was made on both sides to not have them as a project partner.
Huh. I think that's really interesting that it was a decision to not have them be a project partner. Especially because the, the more extensive plan, you're talking about the groin and the revetment, seems a very important matter in this. And I'm just very surprised. Yeah, I mean, I've been involved with coastal development and other projects on the East Coast, and, having the Army Corps participate, I'm surprised to hear that. And then, has there been studies done of tidal flow, and do you guys have any material that you can provide that kind of shows how the currents and tides are affecting the erosion?
Yes, so Board Member Safran, we spent almost a year doing a huge amount of modeling on our system. So we currently now have a sediment model and showing all the currents and everything throughout our system. We didn't previously have that. And so the advantage of that is that, first of all, the maps you saw were generated off of those. But in addition, moving forward in the next phase, we can take options like groins and other things and model what will happen based on those more specific conditions. And so, yeah, we have an entire set of maps that were not even part of this.
Is there any sort of plan from the back end, from the city side, of educating the boards that are going to have discretionary review over this? Because, I mean, this is so much more than how something aesthetically looks. I mean, there's a lot of function and consequence here. And my concern is that we're being presented with, having an impact, maybe being decision makers that will contribute to, very long-term effect of our community, but maybe not have the right background or understanding of what we're really weighing on. Has there been talk with the city to educate the boards better? I mean, we've got HLC, which I would say, that they're experts at preserving historical integrity, but this is very different, but it still falls under their purview.
Yeah, so board member Sovereign. We have gone to every board and, and commission, and so they are certainly weighing in. Unfortunately, we used to have a sea level rise adaptation subcommittee. So, and it involved members from all the different boards. So it made it so all the different boards and commissions were much more aware of like ongoing issues. But after the sea level rise plan was approved in 2021, it was disbanded because the city was trying to cut down on the number of standing committees. So right now that work is kind of housed in the Sustainability Council Committee. So that means when we have things like this that come about, we have to do this like massive roadshow, which is fine. But I agree, we try to keep all the different department staff aware. We have an interdepartmental staff team, so at least when projects come in, they can consider it as part of development regulations and things like that.
Right, but did I miss, like, is there a plan, though, to be educating the board so that we have a better, like, more than just a presentation here, but the consequences of what we're all discussing? I don't know, I feel very uncomfortable if we're gonna do a number of these 15-minute presentations to maybe weigh in on, something that's so significant to the culture of our city, everything.
I mean, maybe I could take a stab at that.
Yeah.
It's the Architectural Board of Review, so we're charged to review the design, and I think the applicant team with their consultants would be the ones really making sure it's safe. And most likely you would need a coastal development permit as well, I would assume. So then Planning Commission would be involved. So I think the point of sustainability and resilience today was just to get it on our radar, and so some of those things. But yeah, I don't know.
I guess, thank you for answering my questions. I guess my last comment would be, I side with Commissioner Six. I'm not a big fan of these, the low level, sort of the easy gains up front. I think that we should 100% be focusing on the bigger items, the groins, the revetment. I mean, to me, those are crucial for the longevity of our community. So thank you for your presentation. I do appreciate your thoroughness and what you're doing.
Board Member Anderson, do you have any comments?
Yeah, so just in terms of roles and responsibilities, what exactly is, because this is called Water Adaptation Plan, so, and we're looking at, from our perspective, ABR, urban design, so what, is this a design visioning thing, or is it more about kind of defining goals,
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a bit of a lot of things. So this includes more or less a near-term visioning for our waterfront area, but this project or this work effort will end up with projects on the ground. So in this early stage, we're trying to make sure we're headed in the right direction with the things we're considering and the things we ultimately do. And then when we have on the ground projects, we will be in front of this board for some of them to get permitting for design
Okay.
review.
So it's kind of like defining what the potential scope of work might be to address
Yeah, that's
a
a big part of
problem.
it.
Okay, got it. So my other question is there any conversation with the overall, the ongoing State Street Master Plan, for instance, the work being done for that? Because, that's a major public effort as well. I was just curious if there's some dialogue there.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. There is and there isn't. I mean, it's a different portion of the city, so there's less of the strong nexus, but some of the things we're trying to do through the urban design improvement components of this, we're building better connections to lower downtown and lower State Street, will be symbiotic to outcomes of both work efforts.
Because it does intersect this at the East Beach area, right? Where the
Well,
pier is?
Yeah, I mean, with the State Street Master Plan, the project area is from the 101 north to I think the 1300 block.
Mm-hmm.
So that portion of State Street south of the freeway towards the ocean isn't a part of that. But we're still thinking about how people come to the waterfront, how they travel through the waterfront, and all these things matter in relation to all of our other public assets, including improvements to State Street.
Okay. Were there any precedents you looked at for other sea level rise mitigation strategies?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, we looked at stuff throughout the United States. There's also a project down in Oceanside Beach that we're working in close coordination with those folks on, as well as our regional partners doing similar projects. There's a couple up north in Santa Cruz and Marin and Emeryville, as well as we're looking at stuff international too. We're fortunate to have a really strong consultant team supporting this work effort, and so they're pulling from their experience doing projects all over the United States and globally as well.
So I would just add, several of the projects that are farthest ahead are being led by the Navy, because as you can imagine, the Navy has very low-lying properties and is already experiencing a lot of issues. And so that's been a good source of information as well.
Because I was just curious, because in Lower Manhattan, there's this project. Have you heard of it? It's called the Low Line, I think. You have? Yeah. Yeah. Seems like there are kind of, or I was wondering to what extent, you've explored those other precedents, because that, I didn't see any precedents in the presentation, so. Yeah.
Okay, you have follow-up?
So then, speaking of the Navy, since we are a Coast Guard base, has the Coast Guard shown any interest in contributing resources or efforts to help in this?
Hi, Board Member Safran. Yeah, I mean, they are excited about us protecting the harbor and their building and assets. That's the extent that we've talked with them. But yeah, as a user, a prime and a very important user of our waterfront, and having experienced all the impacts of the harbor commercial area, they are certainly in support of, in particular, that protecting that area.
Yeah.
You have follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes, make my comments. Just one smaller comment is that, given the vision of 2065, I think that a realignment of Cabrillo is perhaps something that should be considered heavily, and especially if there's going to be added parking structures and so forth. I would think that, maintaining that alignment, maybe thinking, when we're looking at 2065, maybe thinking a little bit small. So that was my only criticism. I do want to compliment the team for its excellent work, its thoroughness, its thoughts, its research, its depth, and a quality presentation. I hope that you will both be here and committed to this in 2065.
Probably will.
Yeah, I'll just add that I think you guys are headed in the right direction. You've identified all the issues, identified the objectives, and what the community is looking for. And so I think you have a good game plan, and I would take all the comments from the board, relatively seriously, and just consider the impacts on both sides of where we're going to be berming up sand or earth, or raising walkways, and what materials we're using and how they stay maintained, and maybe reconsider, maybe keeping the road where it is, maybe moving it, maybe coming up with a more creative solution for parking, or remove parking, or I don't know, somehow still keeping the community access available, but maybe a different future way of no parking or something like that. But any other comments from the board before we wrap this up? Cool. Well, thank you for your presentation.
Oh, I had another comment here.
Okay.
Yeah. I was just, urban space, and I feel like for me, like Europe tends to do urban design a little bit better, and I think I think what they do well for their public spaces is they keep it really simple and it's just like open space. And I think what our spaces often kind of don't do well is they're just like over designed and there's just so much going on that there's like no, just like open paved or plantings or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And so like LA, downtown LA, for instance, in whatever that Legarreta Park is, Pershing Park, whatever, you know, one of the criticisms of that space is there's just so many level changes that you can't like just walk into a public park. It's like you have to walk up and down all these stairs all the time. And that was part of the design because at the time in the 70s, that's what they thought looked good, I guess. But keeping the space super simple and keeping it like you're not really doing a lot of design, you're just like providing a flat, walkable, accessible space. Or, in Europe it's called the promenade, right? And we already have that, kind of. But then when you're trying to address all the sea level rise, in terms of paving, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to try to fortify the waterfront with actual hardscaping. But I think what becomes a problem is when it starts to feel like a barricade. And I think the way you avoid that basically is just keep it super simple. Like, that's my design philosophy as an architect, is just don't do a lot.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing what comes next. See you in a year. Yeah, and next year. Okay. Great. All right, let's move on to item number 2, 740 Dolores Drive. The project consists of replacing an existing 10 million gallon reservoir with 2 buried 5 million gallon finished drinking water reserves and associated on and off-site improvements. The existing reservoir and valve and pump station building will be demolished and replaced. On-site improvements include a new valve and pump station building, landscaping, terraces, and access roads. Off-site improvements include the replacement of a water transmission main along La Coronilla Drive, replacement of the Dolores Drive water main, and installation of a new reservoir outlet pipe along Dolores Drive and Ricardo Drive. A pressure-reducing valve station is to be relocated to Dolores Drive at Meigs Road. The project also proposes temporary use of 1633 La Coronilla Drive, a single-family residential home owned by the city, as construction offices. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. It's here for concepts. Do you have anything you'd like to share?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My name is Patsy Price. I'm a contract planner and the case planner for this project for the city. This project was before you for concept review just under a year ago in June 2025 when it was in the pre-application review process. So they're returning today for continued concept review now that the applicant, the city, has submitted the formal planning application. I have just 2 things I wanted to raise at the beginning. The applicant has requested a waiver of the story pole requirement. Story poles are required per city code or policy for the proposed new valve building, which is the only new building on the site. Staff supports the waiver because the building would be located at the base of the slope on the property. It would not impact important public scenic views, and the applicant has provided additional 3D renderings to aid in understanding of the proposed building, as well as development of the rest of the site. They're looking for your direction on that. And then because the trees located on the property are city-owned property, removal of any trees on the site is subject to review by the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. This project was reviewed by those bodies in December through February of this year, December of 2025 through February of this year. And the Parks and Recreation Commission approved removal of up to 55 of the 108 trees located on the site to allow for the project construction. They called for replacement of those trees with 75 new trees and requested a tree palette that included Fremont cottonwood and blue elderberry, among others. Subsequent to that review, Water conservation staff determined that the Fremont Cottonwood does not meet the city's low water requirements. The landscaping on this project is required to be 100% low water use, so the applicant has updated their landscape plan to include a different tree species in place of the Fremont Cottonwood, which they'll present today. Those are all my comments.
Okay, and then does staff, do you have any of our notes from last meeting, June? Is that possible to pull up? No? Okay.
Let me pull it up.
We have a
Okay.
quick
Should have
summary in
them.
our slides, too.
You do? Okay, great. Well, then we'll just get started on the presentation. So please introduce yourselves, welcome back, and walk us through your presentation.
Great. Thank you for having us again. It was almost exactly 1 year ago. My name is Kelly Bork. I'm an acting supervising engineer in the Public Works Department. And with me today is Jan Hockhauser with HBA, our local architect, and Paul Jordan with Jordan Gilbert for landscape design. To briefly reintroduce this project to those in the audience and to the board, the Vic Trace Reservoir Replacement Project is located at 740 Dolores Drive, here shown on the map between Meggs and Cliff Drive in the Alta Mesa neighborhood. It currently stores 10 million gallons of drinking water, treated drinking water, that it receives via gravity from the Cater water treatment plant. So I'll speak later to just some hydraulic constraints that we have on site. And speaking to the criticality of the project, it serves 60,000 people, or 70% of the city. So the majority of the water we treat and produce goes through this reservoir before being distributed downtown. The project objectives, there's many, but the key ones are listed here. We would like to replace aging infrastructure both on and off site, improve the resilience of the water system, not only today, but for the next 100 years through this project. And then lastly, strengthen site security. And just to clarify, our lead designer on this project is Kennedy Jenks, but we're working with a local architect and local landscaper for the components today. So last year, the board requested that we clarify the constraints on site, so I'll briefly run through them. The picture on the left shows the existing site today in an aerial view. As mentioned, we receive water on site via gravity, so the reservoir elevations and the pipelines are somewhat static and constrained in this design. Also shown here is the city's critical communications facility, so there's several towers that need to maintain sight lines, and we're protecting that facility mostly in place. A single driveway entrance. As well, we're considered high fire hazard area, and Paul can speak to that during the landscape section. And then lastly, La Coronia Park is on site, but we are mostly protecting that park in place on Dolores Drive. Here's our revised, I guess our current 30% design layout of the site and plan view. We have the site entrance off La Coronia to a driveway area, a replaced valve and pump station building, a primary access road, several perimeter access roads to circumnavigate the site, and then we'll be replacing the existing reservoir with 2 buried reservoirs. So although you see circles here, those will indeed be buried with several hatches. Here's the same layout, but in rendering form to help illustrate the landscaping and facilities. So the summarized comments we received last year, I really skimmed down to continue to study the valve and pump station building, soften the geometry on site, blend the landscaping in context with the neighborhood, create site sections, and then clarify the functional constraints on site. So since we last came, the major features that we updated were softening retaining walls, the addition of solar panels, a required fire turnaround area to the southwest. We will not be relocating any IT facilities like originally proposed. Those will be protected in place here. And then we had a discussion about the roof material, which Jan can speak to later. So with that, I will hand it off to Jan.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be back. It's been a year. I think one of the predominant questions the board has was grasping what the site sections look like, both before and as proposed. So we did a pretty extensive analysis, cutting through the proposal in different directions. And if you can advance the sections, we can come back and, to specific ones, but you can see, in scale, the relative difference between the existing topography and what's proposed. I think it's important to point out that the overall height of development and existing topography is not violated, so we're not increasing the skyline. We are modifying slopes. There is new vegetation planned. And I have to reiterate to everybody that this is really driven so much by functionality, fire department concerns, operational concerns, that we're trying to adhere to aesthetic concerns as best we can. So we've kind of introduced the softening elements. We've simplified and refined the valve building. This is kind of an example, a resource board of existing architecture for public utility buildings throughout the city. One of the things that I felt would be nice to do is if, throughout the country there are utility buildings that try to just celebrate some classical architecture. Croton Reservoir in upstate New York has some charming old concrete pump houses. We couldn't exactly do that. The budgets are tight, but we tried to kind of imbibe this flavor that you see in this resource board with the current design, which I believe is very contextual, both in scale and in material, color, and texture. So if we can go to that slide. This is a view in the driveway. This pavement surface will be permeable pavement. As you can see, the scale, color, one of the functional requirements was to do a metal roof for maintenance, but also one that could accommodate service and walkability. So instead of going to like a standing seam, I think we discussed that when we were last before you, we actually went to a imitation metal tile roof that mimics the predominant Santa Barbara barrel tile. That was a request on the functional side. And you can see a simple elevation hearkening to the buildings we just showed you on our resource board. The only thing I would suggest to you here is that the vent windows on each side, it's hard to see, have some kind of decorative trim in the plasterwork around them. And the column or pilaster between the man door and the roll-up door is actually recessed and painted the same color as the doors, so that it's a very simple classical facade there. Yeah, you can see it better here, and you can see the grill work on the ventilation louvers, the same above the man door, and if you can understand my comment about recessing and coloring that pilaster, I think that's all I really need to communicate right now. One other comment I'm thinking of is the coloration of retaining walls, imbibed color, integral color concrete, earth tones to soften it. And I would also like to reiterate the point about curving and softening any of the site walls. So that's a kind of simple nutshell explanation.
So this is the overall site plan. You can see the shading represents the fuel mod zones. And fuel mod zones have changed since the last time we were here. If you look at the darker gray, that's zone 1 around the surrounding residential units. In that zone, we have low-growing ground cover that meets the current fuel mod zones requirements. The real dark areas around the tanks, around the structure, it's a 5-foot no ember zone. So we can't have anything there, and it's either concrete or asphalt. The zone 3 now is the access roads, and then they took away the zone 3, which is the other areas. But throughout the entire site, we're no longer regulated. The planting's no longer regulated by the fuel mod zones, other than zone 1, the dark shaded areas. So we have a very loose, irregular planting of native shrubs. About 85% of the site is planted in natives. And the zone 1 is a myroporum, which is non-native. We've selected that because if it's low growing, it's going to help us with weed suppression and the fuel mod. We have 75 trees throughout the site, maintaining a spacing of about 30 feet from canopy to canopy to meet the requirements. And the shrubs are mostly coastal sage scrub varieties. The spacing between shrubs is about 4 times the height, so about 10 to 12 feet between shrubs, and there's a variety of them. The space in between those shrubs will receive a native grass seed mix, either hydro-seeded or hand-seeded for erosion control. And you'll see some light areas. There's about 50,000 square feet of open meadow grass areas for raptor foraging. And as we move forward, we will be articulating those areas to have some small islands of taller grasses and forage plants and some foraging lanes for the raptors. We're also including locations for raptor perches. And we're planning on harvesting some of the eucalyptus logs to have the top part of that T-perch actually constructed from some of the existing logs on site. But overall, the native plant selection, the trees, we have 2 different varieties of oaks, coast live oak and the island oak. We have the bay laurel tree for height for raptor support. We also included toyon, elderberry, and Catalina cherry. Also very, very well, they will provide a lot of habitat support with seeds, fruits, and so forth. The irrigation is proposed to be drip system. The city's wells standard is pretty tight, so in order to manage that, we're going to be dripping each shrub and each tree individually. You can see this is the plan without the shading.
We can skip through some of these.
Yes.
I just have 1 or 2 maybe last slides before we close. So this last one is just summarizing the public engagement we've done to date, both in the neighborhood and through city venues such as Water Commission. So we've incorporated a lot of feedback to date, as well as a very thorough process with the Street Tree Advisory Committee and Parks and Recreation on the landscape plan. So with that, I think we're happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We will open up public comment for item number 2.
Okay, thank you, Chair Anderson. I'll start with in-public public comment. Just as a reminder, we do have speaker slips to fill out at the entrance of the room on the shelf there. So if any would be interested, please fill out a public comment slip. Thank you. I do have 2 requests to speak. I'll start with Ingrid Olsen-Schwepp, if you'd like to make your way to the podium. Thank you.
Where do you want them?
Right. It's on.
Yeah, I'm Ingrid Olsen-Schweppe. I live at 1625 La Vista del Oceano, which is right up against the reservoir on the southwest almost corner. And we are at the lower end of the hill, which means that we have a unobstructed view toward Hope Ranch, UCSB, and the mountains. And when we have essentially 2 requests. The first one is in regards to the plants that are going in, or trees. And our concern is that the trees, for instance, the coast live oaks, have a very large canopy and height. According to AI, the canopies can be 40 to 80 feet and the height 70 plus feet. And with us being right up against the fence, we are concerned that the live oaks are too large. And the renderings we have seen we don't know, of course, at this point, how many and how close they are supposed to be. But if the canopy is 40 to 80 feet, we would like to have them further away or not at all, or have trees that are not as large. Of course, they are not that large to start with, but they will be. Even if we're not there, somebody else will live there when they reach their maturity. So that is our concern, that there will be large trees that will obstruct our views, which we have been spoiled with until now. And the other concern we have is one single canary palm, which is right now the pride of the neighborhood, because as you drive up at La Vista del Oceano, you have that beautiful palm tree right in your view. And it was not always beautiful. It was an eyesore for years, and our neighbors who are the closest to the palm tree requested many times that the city would have it cleaned up. It never was cleaned up. So the neighborhood did it on its own. We had a professional company pull a permit and clean the palm tree up. It's beautiful. And therefore, we would like for it to remain included in the planning as part of it. We don't care about anything else, but we would love to have that palm tree remaining. And we are very grateful for the fence that's coming in, because currently we have chain link, which has been a security problem. It has been cut through, and the neighborhood that is up against the reservoir was burglarized in at least 3 places. So we look forward to the beautiful new fence and hope that it won't be any higher than 6.5 feet.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
a request. We have heard 6.5 feet, so anyway, we hope that that's going to be it. So,
All right,
that
great,
is-
thank you. Your time
thank
is
you.
up.
okay, thank you.
Chairman, can I
Up next,
We'll get to it.
we have Jamie Flint. If you are still present, please make your way to the podium. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jamie Flint, and I live adjacent to the Victorious Reservoir property. I did submit a letter last week, and I won't read it over. I just want to be absolutely clear the impact this proposal will have on my family and my home. I fully understand that the reservoir must be built to meet the current standards and accept the construction phase will bring unavoidable dust, noise, early morning disruptions, and wildlife displacement. This will especially affect us as both of the access roads are along my property. My family will be hit the hardest. While we don't welcome these impacts, we accept them as part of the necessary public works. What I can't accept is the permanent damage the current proposed valve building location would cause. The structure as planned would fundamentally alter my view, my peace, and my property's value. Our home sits a little bit higher in a different angle than most of the surrounding homes, which means we would bear the full lasting burden of this decision. This is not a temporary inconvenience. It will forever be changing the character and the livability of my home. I feel like there could be multiple alternate placements or locations that would not impose this level of harm. Some neighbors don't have views this way and have already had screened by trees and fencing. For this reason, I sincerely request that the board deny the valve building in its current proposed location and explore alternative sites that align with the Santa Barbara's view ordinance and good neighbor policy. I'm not asking to stop progress, but to ensure this project does not unnecessarily and permanently diminish my family's everyday life moving forward. Because of this, I would like to oppose the waiving of the story poles so that I can make sure that I see what's happening there. That's it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Okay, up next, I just wanted to mention that we did receive 13 emails of public correspondence from Ingrid Olsen-Schrepp, who spoke, Jamie Flint, who just spoke, James N. Fechner, Michael Hudson, the Scott family, Ken Krivolka, Meredith Baraha, Carrie Valentine, Steve Long, and Marie Anderson and Brianna H. and Amanda Brock. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We will,
For virtual public comment on Zoom, I do not see any raised hands, and with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Anderson. Thank you.
okay, we will close public comment for item number 2. Would the applicant team like to first address the trees and those comments from the neighbor?
Yes, I took a look at the oak trees in question, and they can be relocated
Okay.
and replaced with smaller trees. We'll take a look at the palm tree and see how that's impacted or not impacted by grading, and see what we can do to save it.
And are you willing to speak with the neighbor after? You guys can connect after the
Certainly,
meeting? Okay,
anytime.
Great. Okay, we'll come back to the other public comment during our questions. So who would like to start with questions from the board? Board Member Black, would you like to start?
Questions? Jan, who was it, forgive me, who was it that was directing you to have a metal roof on the valve building?
That requirement came from the city as a maintenance request.
Huh.
We had discussed it at the last conceptual meeting a year ago.
Yeah.
And I think there was difference of opinion, as I recall, but one board member said they understood that and that wouldn't trouble them as long as the coloration was compatible. That's how I remember the conversation.
What are your thoughts in terms of the need for maintenance, one or the other, the metal versus the traditional tile roofs?
Well, traditional tile roof. I'm sorry. Traditional tile roof, in my experience, is fragile, so it's not very receptive to workmen, and there is a lot of maintenance. So the whole functional requirement for the valve building requires hatchways on the top, a big roll-up door for movement of pumps and equipment that are craned out of there. So there will be occasion when maintenance people from the city are dealing and on that roof.
Okay, just curious. Question about native plants. What percentage of the palette did you say was native?
The Meyer Porum are non-native.
I'm aware.
And the rest of them, it's about 85% of the site is native plants.
Okay. Is there any opportunity to go 100%?
We could. I mean, we could look at native Arctostaphylos,
Yeah.
which is a low-growing ground cover. My hesitation is it's very slow-growing, very sensitive to water, and it's a little bit more high maintenance. But we can talk to city maintenance and see if they're willing to forego that.
I just think it's kind of a cool opportunity to do 100% natives
We can
on a
certainly,
city property.
we can certainly take a look at that.
Set a good example. But anyway, that was my
Okay.
question. Thank you.
Okay.
Board Member Noon, question?
I apologize if you went through this, but I believe you mentioned that you, in speaking to the story pole issue, that you had some exhibits or renderings that would identify, your argument against that. Did you go through that specifically? I didn't see that.
Yeah, so I think in a macro sense, the big visual impacts are, the modification of this land area. And I think there was a lot of attention and request from the board when we last met to kind of really study the site sections to illustrate the differences what we're proposing. And I'm convinced, you need to be convinced, that the changes are rather innocuous in terms of the modifications of grade relative to what's there. So there are not a lot of buildings proposed that are perpetrating visual impacts. It's not a building project per se, but there are grade modifications, there are retaining walls. So with deference to my point of view, I'd ask the board to study the sections to see exactly what's being proposed and what the changes are. Because I'm not sure what you'd want us to put up as a story pole, even if we agreed that, we're putting up story poles, because we put up a 5-foot stake on the side of a hill, because that's where the new grade is. I think if you look at the sections, you could see what I mean.
Can you point us out? Can you bring up one of the sections and walk us through it, please?
Yeah, like on pages A41, for instance, you can see like in the middle section there, right there, where there's an access road being provided and a new slope getting cut into the hill and then a little wall above it. So, you know, if we were to go there and put a story pole up for that section, we'd be putting up a 3-foot pole hundreds of feet
I think
away.
the question was about the building.
Okay, so
Let's look at that.
If I could clarify, the story pole requirement is only for the valve building per city policy.
Okay, so discussing the valve building itself, you know, upon my touring of the neighborhood, there are.
Hold control and zoom in, and it should zoom in on that. That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah. That's the existing for scale.
Yeah, I mean, what my comment is that we're actually cutting in the valve building somewhat. It's a 1.5-story building. There are adjacent and contextually 2-story homes that are closer to each other than this valve building. So the relative impact of the valve building, I'm going to assert that it's rather diminutive. It's not an impact. It's on the inside of the site. It's not really in the view of a neighborhood. Now, I get that the neighbor proximal is going to look out their window and see the valve building when it doesn't exist now. But if somebody was developing a new home and they were proposing to this board that scale at that distance, I think you'd find it fine. You know, when we talk about the metal roof, we talk about a coloration that is truly Santa Barbara contextual. We talked about plaster walls that are earth tone. It's back at the end of a drive. So I'm not sure in the context of this board asking for story poles that this is where you want to hang your hat. You could see the existing grade line going right through the valve building. So that's kind of my answer.
And I'll only add that we've already requested our renderer to render the valve building in the perspective of 1617 La Cornea. Because agreed, our renderings don't explicitly have that angle. So we're working on that.
Okay. I just needed you to identify the exhibit that was referenced so we could see it.
Okay.
Board Member Soffer?
Regarding the valve building, forgive me if I miss it here. Is there a way that we can like soften it with some landscape? I know that it's a functional space and facility, but just curious about that. Is there a way to do a little something?
Well, I get, you know, my wrist slap a lot in this context because of the strong functionality side of the equation. But I'm with you. I understand your concern there.
Yeah, another point, because of the fuel mod, any trees would have to be a 10-foot clearance. So we'd be placing trees way out into the asphalt. It's going to disrupt parking and access.
Great. Just kind of curious, like, how is nighttime lighting going to be handled on this site?
Apologies, I thought we had a rendering with the nighttime. The sconces proposed are mostly decorative. Nighttime lighting is going to be addressed through this fixture here in the front, and then some fixtures on the sides that will only be illuminated by an operator who is visiting the site. And all those fixtures are going to be on 1-hour timers if on accident an operator leaves with the light on.
So we actually do have, in that second PDF file, I think starting on like page 65, that night rendering. Oh, there you go.
Oh, great. And then, yeah, that's great. That's very helpful. Thank you. And then, so the rest of the facility, though, is essentially just dark.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Board Member Anderson?
Can we just flip to the site sections? I think it was A 4.1 maybe, or A 4.2. Yeah, one of these, maybe the next one, please. And then can you zoom in on that middle one? So is this what's the actual height on that, the fill, from the existing grade, what is that about? Like the max condition, you think?
We do not have that number here, but looks like somewhere between, this is
8 feet.
Okay, so about 8 feet of added slope.
Yeah, at its worst point there at the toe, well, of the road, at the downhill side of the roadway that's cut in.
Uh-huh.
There's 2 roadways being illustrated there.
So is that, what is the function of that exactly? Is it because there's a access road there, or?
correct, Board Member Anderson, there's no perimeter access roads on site, so not only can we not have a fire truck circumnavigate the site, but our landscape maintenance. So we proposed a perimeter access road, mostly for landscaping, and then a more centralized access road for fire access.
Okay, so that flat section is one of those access roads? It's a 20-foot wide fire apparatus access road?
Correct, so this flat area appears to be the perimeter access road, and then this would be that secondary access road for fire, and then you have the top grade, which is the existing reservoir roof and proposed.
Do you mind pointing to that on the site plan? Because it looks to me like it's just like a terraced, it doesn't look like a flat road. It looks just like the
Yeah, I got you covered here. If you can go to your 4th drawing in. Before that, well, that's a good exhibit. So, Commissioner Anderson, on the left, you can see the brown shaded road is an access road. Yeah, that one right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then above it is the gray fire department road. And so that section is that you're looking at and asked about is this area right in here, through here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So that's not a fire apparatus access road, the one.
This one is.
The one on the left.
Yeah, that's not a fire apparatus, but it is a maintenance.
It's just maintenance?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. So can we flip back to that section, please? So there isn't necessarily a functional need to bring that grade out that much there.
I would dispute that because.
The next page, please. That's not it. That one, it shows it too, or the prior page, yeah.
Yeah, you want to go to A4 too.
I think that one shows it as well, right there, but yeah. Let's go to 4.2. So yeah, the width on that is definitely not, there's more width than that maintenance access road needs, so.
Well, but the overall grading plan, taken in its entirety in terms of cut and fill and balancing grading and drainage is all part and parcel to these sections and what you see. And what I think is really important here is that you can see from the bottom of the slope to the top of the slope, there's no real change in what's proposed in the elevation. So we're just modifying the surface of that slope. And I think again, relative to the overall scale of the thing, I don't think that's significant. So I'm not doing the civil engineering, but I know that with a fine-tooth comb, they're balancing their cut and their fill and working with these slopes for a lot of different reasons. So it isn't just an arbitrary thing to say, oh, let's make it higher at this point. If you go to other sections, and if we could go to another slide perhaps, you can see that in many places it's very innocuous, like the middle section here on A444. Very little modification. If anything, it's cut down from the existing.
Okay, I was just curious what the dimensions were. And then regarding the actual building and the whole approach to that, is that based on some kind of precedent, or is there some architecture you looked at for that? Like
Well,
civic architecture in the area or something, or?
Yeah, I perhaps wasn't very articulate, but the limited control that we did have over the architecture, what came up for me personally was, I grew up in the East, and a lot of the communities that had water facilities had, like, around New York City, there were these old reservoirs with old pump buildings that were kind of quite elegant. They were classical buildings. They had some ornamentation. They were usually petite, very classical, symmetrical things. So working with the constraints here and the resource board we showed you, we tried to come up with a very simple but somewhat elegant in terms of balanced elevation and a very utilitarian building. There is some modest articulation of trim around the windows, the symmetry around the main entry, not a lot of other room to do things. And I completely get David's comment about, the real classic roof here would be a clay tile roof, but it wasn't, I didn't get a lot of room on that.
So, okay, so the references are from kind of New York City area.
Well, that's not, I think the references are that when these kind of buildings were developed historically all around the country, you could see that European classicism being delivered to communities here. Whether it was a pure concrete building or whether it was a brick building. Golly, what's coming into my head now is like Pennywise the Clown that was in that movie. There was a scene where he was hiding in some pump house in a reservoir, but that was a cute little building. I remember it. I'm getting off tangent here, but what I'm trying to say is it's a very simple, innocuous building. Not a lot of flair is desired by the city.
All right.
I mean, we could turn it into a gem, but the budget isn't there.
Okay. And my last question about the landscape. Did you mention this is like a bird sanctuary or some kind of raptor? You said.
Well, they've asked us to provide raptor foraging areas.
Oh.
So there's about 50 square feet, and there's some open grasslands that we're utilizing for just that, with perches, and we're going to articulate the grasses.
Where are those on this site plan?
The lower right, right there, in the lower right corner, right in there, and then there's another one up right in through there.
Okay.
So it's about 50,000 square feet.
Okay. Is that something that was a part of the whole design intent for this?
It came kind of midway in the design, long after we had met last time.
That's right. I don't recall.
But we were thinking of gopher control with chemicals, and we're thinking of gopher control with hawks.
That's good.
It was also, just to add, a very strong design guidance from the Street Tree Advisory Committee.
And it also mandated that we really look hard at habitat value in native shrubs.
Okay.
That provides that whole, the grasses, the insects, birds, bees, the whole
ecosystem.
Whole thing, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Board Member 6.
Yes, thank you. The 55 mature trees that obviously the public and neighbor comments through their letters were in ire of, was that all addressed and stomped out or addressed at the street tree board or the Park and Rec meeting? If not, where are those and how did you address them?
We went to the Street Tree Advisory Committee twice, so once in December and once in February with Parks and Recreation Commission thereafter. And we had originally proposed removal of something north of 55 trees, and the reason for identifying those trees for removal were because they were in conflict with the excavation of the reservoir. So there's 110 some odd trees on site. We proposed removing about something north of 50. In doing so through public comment, we ended up protecting several other trees on site and landed at 55. And then the conversation moved towards the replacement number, which Stack requested, or I guess conditioned 75 trees to be put back, as well as a favor towards certain types of species for those trees, tall ones in particular to address raptor habitat, as well as some open space areas to ensure I guess, raptor predation and prey predator spots.
So the public's concerns about these trees has either been mitigated, fully mitigated or partially mitigated through your conversations at previous meetings with various the parks, previous
Sure.
meetings. Okay.
And we know, we fully realize that, you know, although we went through STAC and Parks and Recreation Commission, we still accept feedback on trees that are important to the neighborhood, and we'll see to what extent we can fold those in.
Okay. Then on the valve building, I realize that we're really bending over backwards here because a view ordinance is about public views, and we're talking about the impact to one particular neighbor. But I'm a sensitive guy and would like everybody to be happy, even down to the smallest participant, or not small, but the last participant. Is there, what I don't understand, I see some of the photos from the affected neighbor, and I don't see the existing pump building in their photos. That's it, right there? Oh, okay. So then my next question is there any way to, if we look at the sections, long-term section, it seems like it's awfully high. Is that a functional necessity that it be that high?
It is.
It is.
It is. The height is a critical feature.
Why, they have
Pumps
very
and cranes inside that move.
cranes. Oh, okay. I get it. Okay. The only other question is, my interest is piqued up about softening that that side affecting the neighbor. Is there, could there be vines? Is that a,
Not in a high fire hazard zone, vines aren't allowed on walls.
okay, thank you. And there, obviously you've positioned that building, there's no other way to position it.
We did, so I'm showing a slide that I think this was a request from ABR last year to show the functional constraints. So what this slide shows is all the pipelines coming to and from the site.
Ah, I remember those.
Right, so you can see that we've dog-legged 45 to the 24-inch pipeline that serves the reservoir. To the extent our designers feel comfortable with coming into the site. So we can continue to investigate exactly where this, building will land. But they've looked into this a lot, and we feel that this general location is likely where it's going to be.
Okay, well, I'm still grabbing at straws for this one particular neighbor. Is there a way to tone down the paint color to make it more, I realize your romance with the classic buildings. I don't really.
Yeah, I
don't really think it's needed here. Can we look at a darker color?
Yeah, I think so.
A very dark color diminishes the mass, implied mass, or so I would suggest as the last straw to look at that.
That's a very easy to do thing.
Okay. I think those are my questions.
Okay, for now. I don't have any questions. Why don't we move into any follow-up questions, or we'll move into comments then? So, Board Member Black, comments?
Well, I like what I see, Oh, thank you. I think the applicant has addressed, most of the issues that were talked about last time, and I don't have any issues with the building and or the landscape, so I think it's fine.
Board Member New?
Sorry. Yeah, I would agree with those comments. I appreciate the applicant's effort to respond from the last time we met, and just the other constraints that you've been dealing with outside of this board. I would be in support of the no story poles. Perhaps you come back with maybe another rendering that identifies, that shows from at least from the neighbor's perspective, that maybe what view would be blocked. I guess I'm maybe not as sensitive as board member 6, but I don't think that that's something that we should necessarily be as concerned with. But it would be, maybe a nice exercise. I do agree with the comments about the, just the design of the building. It would be nice to put a little more into it, maybe cash in a few trees, sorry. But it would be nice to, put a little bit back into the building. And I appreciate the detail, around the windows and the effort that you have put into it. One thing I would say, this is just a personal opinion, that little detail, the scroll detail at the corners, to me is a little fussy, but you're the designer, so I just wanted to throw that out there. But other than that, I am supportive, as I said, of the no-story poles and of the project.
Board Member Soffern?
I agree with no-story poles, and I think that the pump house seems like a necessity. And I think you guys have done a good job. I mean, I could agree with the articulation that Commissioner Noon brought up, but I think the scale, the location, I mean, it's a necessary evil of what this is, and I feel like you guys have tried really hard to accommodate making everyone happy, and at some point, like, there's a functionality here, and to me, that's more important than anything else. So I think you guys have done a really great job over your efforts, because I remember the multiple presentations, so, like, I think it's outstanding, and a great improvement on what is there.
Board Member Anderson?
In terms, my comments are in terms of the grading. I think it still needs to be massaged a little bit, and the civil engineer, they don't necessarily review it for the aesthetics of it. I think in that one section we were looking at, it's going to feel a little bit oppressive from the neighborhood side to look up at that hill, and I think if you can direct the civil and do a few iterations with them. I know in my experience it can sometimes take 3 or 4 to get the civil to kind of get the slopes to work, 3 or 4 back and forth at least. So the building itself, I feel like I don't really think it needs to like imitate, a red tile roof. Like it looks kind of strange in my opinion. I think if it's metal or standing seam, it should just be the color of metal, and the overall aesthetic of it, like it looks a little confused to me, so I would just like make it be a little less like trying to imitate some sort of historical idea, or kind of like this play on some sort of historical motif. I don't necessarily think that's needed. And then otherwise, I like the whole raptor thing, and the native plantings is good. I like that. Thanks.
Board Member 6?
Yes, I've come to appreciate through previous meetings that this is not just a wide open hill. It's very constrained and has tight constraints, and I appreciate that, and I think that the movement toward softening the corners of the retaining walls and the commitment to darker tones in those walls will help a lot. I appreciate your dealing with the immediate concerns of Miss Swept, and I think that if you don't follow through, I'm sure she'll be back here in force. But I appreciate it because it seems like that's an easy thing to have a win-win. I don't think there's a win-win with the other neighbor affected by the pump house. And I think it's a pump house. It's I don't really get crazy about architecture, except the idea of making at least this wall much darker, and it received in impact from that said neighbor. And yeah, in that regard, no story poles. And I think it's a well thought out project. Again, the constraints, I think you've designed it well and as best it can be.
Yes, I would agree with all the comments the board has made. I would just recommend coming back with a material board, and I agree. I would consider alternate options for your metal roof. Maybe you don't have to do the tile.
Imitative tile.
Correct. Maybe you
I'll
can just do a
work on
flat
that.
shingle. They have nice
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. I would also look at the height of your light fixtures and just the size of those and the
We
proportions.
caught that. It just
Okay.
didn't make it into this presentation. But
Okay.
ADA hit your head issues for sure.
Okay. And then, yeah, consider the darker paint color. And I typically agree with waiving the story poles. And so I'll go with the board on that. But I do think maybe to be neighborly, you could put a stake out to where the corner would be and maybe see how you could mitigate, if possible, from
A
her
view plan,
view. Yeah. Okay, those are my comments. Who would like to make a motion?
So this is here for preliminary?
Concept.
Concept. So, we don't, so, I think that the project has progressed successfully. We appreciate the applicant's response to our concerns regarding colors and shapes of retaining walls. We appreciate their effort to, their forthcoming effort to make happy one neighbor regarding heights of trees and the canary palm, the existing palm. Several of the board members consider that there should be more articulation to the pump house. There is a general, being that the pump house position and height is more importantly determined by functionality, that the one way to help mitigate the impact of the building to the neighbors is to look at darker colors of the wall facing the neighbor, and perhaps the color of the metal roof could be also dark to help that too. We appreciate the palette of planting, and the landscape architect on the board suggests looking at all native plantings, and the applicant has promised a look at that. I think that's it. Did I miss anything?
I'll second, and then if you would add that we support the
Oh, no.
waive of the story
Oh,
poles.
and support the waiver of the story poles, given the limited impact of the size of the building.
Can I actually
And
just?
size and location of the building.
Thank you. So we actually have a specific story pole requirement exemption findings. You just need to make one. So whatever is up on the screen, choose one of those, and then we can throw that into the motion there.
And number C, and the operable word is public scenic view.
Okay, any discussion? Can we vote? All right, let's take a vote.
Okay, here we go. Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wellen. I'm sorry, Board Member Anderson, Trey Anderson.
This is to continue it to, what is it again?
Let's just indefinite continuance back to the full board.
Okay, yes.
Okay, Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes.
Board Member Six,
Yes.
and Board Member Suffolk.
Yes.
And the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, it's It is the name of that movie, and Pennywise the Clown was in It.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break. Apologies for the delay.
Architectural Board review. Up next is item number 3, and just before that, I just want to make it known that Board Member Anderson had to step out, so he will not be in attendance, but we still have quorum. So with that, I will turn it over to the chair. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, we will open up item number 3, 101 Mesa Lane. This project site is 125,000 square foot lot currently developed with 1 duplex and 3 single-family residences totaling in 5 residential units. Additionally, the site contains 1 as-built single-family residence and 1 as-built accessory building on site. All right, so it's gonna, okay, the project proposes the following. The Windover Sandpiper, which was the 1 duplex. So the demolition of 2,166 square feet of an existing duplex and 1,400 square feet of decks and patios. The duplex will be reconstructed as 4,100 square foot structure, including a 637 square foot basement, 222 square foot covered porch, 1,150 square feet of decks and patios. Project also includes a legalization of as-built improvements to the Sandpiper unit, including metal roofing, wood siding, and new windows and doors. Hummingbird, demolition of the existing 2,100 square foot 2-story as-built structure and construction of a new 3,800 square foot 2-story single-family residence. Owl, demolition of the existing 961 square foot as-built accessory structure and construction of a new 1,600 square foot 2-story single-family residence, including 997 square feet of decking. Dove, a 297 square foot addition to the existing single-family residence, along with a new 87 square foot outdoor shower and 440 square feet of patio area. The Pelican, legalization of a 91 square foot as-built addition and exterior improvements, including metal roofing, wood siding, doors, and windows, as well as the addition of a new outdoor shower and bathtub. Additional proposed improvements include site drainage upgrades, driveway improvements, undergrounding of utilities, 6 covered and 10 uncovered unassigned parking spaces, 2 bicycle parking spaces, new landscaping and irrigation, and a lap pool. Planning Commission approval of a CDP performance standard permit, floor area modification, and parking modification is required. No final appealable action will be taken at this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. All right, anything from staff?
Hi, yes, just a few comments from staff. I'm Jillian Fennessy. I'm the case planner for this project. Because the project is utilizing Senate Bill 330, project design approval is subject to the project compatibility findings and compatibility with the urban design guidelines, unless the application of these findings would result in disapproval of the housing development project, a reduction to the proposed number of units, or condition the approval in a manner that renders the housing development project infeasible. For today's hearing, it is a concept review hearing. Staff is requesting feedback on the proposed site design and layout, as well as the appropriateness of the requested modifications and performance standard permit. An administrative exception is also requested to allow the hedge along the westerly interior setback to exceed the maximum permitted height of 8 feet. Therefore, staff requests feedback on that proposed hedge as well. And finally, staff would like the board to confirm whether the 3D model provided by the applicant is sufficient to waive the story pole requirement.
Yeah, you might have to repeat that list. Yeah, I only got like the last 2 of those that we need to comment on.
Okay.
Can you also talk about what the performance standard permit is and
Yeah.
what we need to talk about for that?
This review is just for the design. The performance standard permit is something the planning commission will make
Okay.
an approval on. So we're just asking for like the appropriateness of the design of the unit, like the layout.
And we
of the
don't need
site.
to comment on these modifications?
Just the appropriateness of the design of the modification, so.
So yes, you would, and
Okay.
you'd comment on the book.
We
so,
would say if we're in support.
Yeah,
Is that right?
correct, yeah. So of the coastal development permit for PSP, floor area mod, and parking mod, all if they're aesthetically appropriate, right? And then I think it would be helpful for the board to know what those, where those are occurring. So the performance standard permit, floor area mod, and parking mod. So I think the parking mod's pretty self-explanatory, but yeah.
Okay. So you guys have that in your presentation? Okay. You have a question?
So then, we have a limited effect here, but the language about unless the review cancels or makes challenge, can you explain that to me? And would our review here possibly affect that language?
It's basically like reviewing a big housing development. If you're reducing unit numbers or stuff like that, that's basically,
Our comments can't be directed towards limiting the amount of units that they're proposing.
That's the bottom line?
yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, welcome. Please
Or the size, yeah.
Or the size, okay. Please introduce yourselves, and you have 15 minutes.
Chair Anderson, members of the ABR. My name is Sarah Bronstad. I'm a land use planner at Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm happy to introduce to you this unique property at 101 Mesa Lane. I will walk you through photos and give you an overall description of the project, and then I'll turn it over to the lead architect, John Black, who is here. He's the visionary for this project, who will speak to the design and plan details. We have Beth Collins here as well. She's the land use attorney from Brownstein, if you have any questions for her. The driveway entrance to the property is located at the end of Mesa Lane in the city's West Mesa neighborhood. The steps to Mesa Lane Beach are also accessed from the end of Mesa Lane here. You can see the path to the steps is here, and then the driveway gate is here. And this driveway serves both 1 and 101 Mesa Lane. So we have a neighbor, which you can see in this photo here. North is on the right here, and the steps to the path to the steps is right along here. You can see it's a flag lot. You cannot see the structures on the property from any public viewing spots. So you can't see it from Mesa Lane or Medcliff, the Mesa Lane steps, nor can you see it from the beach. You could see the lot is surrounded with existing structures and trees. These homes on Mesa Lane and Medcliff over here are all 2-story. Most are wood-sided and modern, as you'll see in the next slides. This is taken from the end of Mesa Lane, looking at the driveway gate. You can see, roll this up here. This is 105 Mesa Lane, which is just finishing up some renovations. This is at the corner to 401 Medcliff. You could see the wood siding, and the 3 houses next door to that on Medcliff are of the same style. And then next to that is probably the newest residence to the proximity, which is 2501 Medcliff Road, new dwelling and garage. So that is just immediately northwest of our site. Going back to the property, here's the site survey. You could see it's a large lot, especially considering it's zoned single family and has a land use designation of 5 units per acre, which means we could propose up to 14 units. We have 5 now, and we are proposing only 2 more. The minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet, and we are almost 3 acres. On the left side of the survey, you can see the topography of the bluff face. there's a green line that represents the boundary of ESHA, or the coastal sage scrub habitat. So our biologists helped us map this red line, which is the setback from the ESHA. And then also the green and red circles on the site are the oak trees, which we are proposing to keep. The blue line is 69 feet from the edge of the bluff, which was mapped or calculated by our engineers using the Coastal Commission and local coastal plan policies for, with the purpose of, establishing a buffer, and then there's very limited options you can do and develop within that buffer. So no structures are allowed. So you could see here where we have this blue line going through the building. As part of our site improvements, we're proposing to remove that portion of the structure out of the buffer. And then any landscaping within that buffer will not have any permanent irrigation, and all the plantings will be compatible with the coastal sage scrub habitat in the bluff face. Here are views from the site as you drive in. This first picture on the left is facing west, and then the image next to that is if you were looking southwest after you've reached the site. Here's a rendering from the plans that shows the existing structures. The structure closest to the edge here, the bluff edge, is the duplex. 2,535 square feet is the size of this house. This is proposed to remain. It's owned separately. It's not part of the scope of the work, so it's just here for context as part of the site. And on the north side of the driveway, we have two large accessory structures in the back, and then we have these two single-family dwellings here. The project proposes to legalize 2 as-built remodels for this unit here and here. Pelican is what we named one of the structures here. You can see in the little legend. And let's see what we have. That the renovation included 91 square feet of additional floor area. It's now 1,336 square feet with 1 bedroom, 1.5 baths. The renovations included the metal roof, the redwood siding, the new windows and doors, and the outdoor shower and bathtub. Sandpiper is on the north side of the duplex. It's a 1 bedroom, 1 bath unit. These renovations are very similar to what you just saw in the Pelican photo, where we've done the same metal roofing, wood siding, new windows and doors. The project scope includes demolishing the 2 existing accessory structures in this corner and providing 2 new units with each 2 attached covered parking spaces. So this is one of the existing accessory structures that's 2 stories. We've named Hummingbird. In 1998, a CUP was approved that allowed the conversion of this unit to become a legal dwelling. However, a building permit was never issued, so legally it's still just considered an accessory structure. The other accessory structure in the northwest corner is 961 square feet. The southern half of the duplex will be demolished due to the location in the buffer. As part of pulling that square footage back, it's proposed to become 2 stories. Here you can see the bluff area in front of that unit. And a little closer up, you can see there is this hedge that was part of what we want to keep and also extend, because if you see here, the hedge stops about right here. So as we pull the unit back, and to make it 2 stories, we wanted to be able to extend the hedge back just for screening purposes between neighbors. Here you could see, this is on the west side of the duplex, just where, you know, the 1 unit hasn't been renovated yet, but the Sandpiper unit has. And then the last structure, we're proposing a remodel and a new detached carport right here. Here's photos of that existing structure. And now I will turn it over to John.
Hello, thank you for listening to our presentation here. I'm John Black, I'm the lead architect on this project. And we've also have Paul Zink, our local joyful architect, as our guide through this process. And yeah, we have a great team together. And what I want to do is just present what our project is and how we sort of brought these buildings together. It's a unique site with the 6 buildings, and what we're proposing is 7 residences on it. And it's really meant, it's a family sanctuary. And the idea for this property is to fill it with fruit trees, herb gardens, and invite the birds and the bees to be part of this the property. And through that process, we decided to name each building after a bird as part of our invitation to the sanctuary. So the upper left corner, that's Windhover. That's the building currently in the bluff setback that we're going to be pulling back and basically taking the area that we're cutting off from the bluff setback and making it a 2-story building. Attached to it is my beloved little Sandpiper. That's a 600 square foot cabin, and we had brought that up to code with new siding and windows, and that's where I've spent probably several months or more the past 3 years staying on this property, getting a sense for the property and for the spirit of the neighborhood. Next over to the right is the Hummingbird, and that's an old 2-story building. There's no way to physically bring that to the current life safety standards, so that building we are going to be taking down. It still has a little studio in there from when Mike Love had his Love Shack on this property. And it's named Hummingbird because there are paintings of hummingbirds on this building. And our new proposed building has planter boxes up on the 2nd floor. That will be an invitation for hummingbirds to come back around this building. Behind that building to the right, that is what we call Owl. That's a little 1-bedroom, it's a new residence, 1-bedroom residence. And it's named Owl because that's where the owner is going to keep her substantial library inside that home. Then down at the very bottom of the property, that is Dove. Actually, I can point to it here. So that's Dove. That's a building that we will be just renovating and adding a sunroom to it. That's that addition here. And the owner is very adamant about health and fitness. So we are adding a lap pool. And it'll have no deck. It's just meant to be basically a little water slit through the landscape to use for exercise. And then right in the center of the property is a building that we did also upgrade. That's Pelican. And that's a little 2-bedroom. And typical of our client who spent many years living in the Far East, she appreciates small spaces. So we're trying to keep everything scaled to a smaller scale. There, the 2 bedrooms are just big enough for a queen-size bed to fit inside, enough space to walk around it, and then a built-in clothes cabinet. And that's just sort of the design theory that we're bringing through most of this project. And then the last building is Blue Jay, and that is the other owner, and they will probably be before you with a separate presentation to renovate their building. So what I will do is show you, next slide, let's see if we get this work. Okay, so here you can see a rendering showing the 2 sites, the before and the after. And then you can see the buildings where we're pulling back off the bluff. You can see a 2-story building there. You can see where we are replacing the existing Hummingbird with another two-story building. And obviously, it's a little bit taller, but the current building doesn't meet regulations currently. And then in the back, that's the Owl, that's the little two-story residence, single bedroom. And yeah, you can see the other structures on the site. And then, of course, this is the one that is the other owner's property. We are doing a lot of work with the infrastructure, bringing in the fire lane. We've been in a number of conversations with the fire department, getting our pathway in, getting a hammerhead turnaround in. So we're bringing everything up to the current codes, replacing all the utilities, undergrounding the power lines. So
Just
that's-
letting you know you have about a minute, so
Okay,
if you want to
real
run
quick.
through. Yeah,
So I'll go
that's
through
yours.
this and I'll show you some images real quick. So here's our color board. So the idea is that all the buildings are going to be the same. They're going to be redwood siding, there's going to be a metal roof, a bronze metal roof, bronze windows. And the idea is then you can see here is a little red accent. Each building, I'll show you a photo of that. So here's some samples of the materials, the brick, the sandstone, copper gutters, some bronze railings. Here we have some light fixtures, dark sky light fixtures. And then here is the color board. So each building, same material, but like birds have different color feathers, these buildings are going to have a little bit of extra color under their wings. So these are the colors for each of the buildings, because we want the whole site to feel like the camp it used to be when Sally Leadbeaters put her girls' camp on this property. This is the feel. We want it to feel like a camp. And now I'll just go through these images really fast since we're short on time to give you a sense of the character, the scale, and just the general spirit of the buildings that we're trying to renovate and to add to this property. So this is Windhover and Sandpiper, and a couple of elevations of that. You can see the two-story space stepping up towards the bluff. Here's another view of our Sandpiper and Windhover. Again, trying to keep the scale down low and just sort of stepping up to the higher elements. We'll get through this. This is Pelican. This is the house we actually, it looks just like this. This is our rendering. It's magic. Here is Dove. So this is the first building you come to when you're coming onto the property. We're looking through the little carport to give us the covered parking we need for this application. Again, keeping it very simple, the same materials, the scale of the building. Here's a couple elevations of that building. We're just adding the sunroom and changing the roof over the bedroom. Through these, this is Al. So we do have a little outdoor gathering space. The bedroom upstairs, downstairs is living, dining room, kitchen, living room, and basically a little reading deck upstairs. And here's a couple of elevations, again showing sort of the proportions. It's well below the 30-foot height. We're keeping no windows or minimum windows looking back towards the neighbor for privacy, so we're taking that into account. Let's see, then this is Hummingbird, so the last one. This is the building. We're keeping it scale-wise similar to what is there, just bringing it up to current heights and standards. You can see the planters up there. That's for our hummingbirds to come and visit back to the house. And here's a couple of elevations of that building. And then at the end, this is 101 Mesa Lane at sunrise. And thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We will open up public comment for item 3.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair Anderson. I'll start with the in-person public comment. First, at this time, I do have 4 requests to speak, and I'll start with Ann Braunstein, if you'd like to make your way to the podium. Thank you.
Yes, I'm the neighbor who lives at 2415 Mesa Lane, directly behind this development. And first I wanted to talk about Owl Building. That building will look directly into my bedroom and down into my backyard. And the other thing that I want to address is the density on the west side of the property, where all the buildings seem to be in a row on that west side. And also, I'm very concerned, one thing that wasn't addressed is that there are 16 additional parking spaces on the property. And I'm very concerned that this could also segue into being some kind of event space where you could see where it possibly could be. And there was no mention of story poles when these new buildings are going in, and I would like to think that that would be a necessity. And also the gathering place, and the fireplace, that also smacks to me of a big gathering of people coming together who might be there for just a short period of time. So those are my main concerns, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Alex McGeever. If you're still present, please make your way up to the podium to speak.
How's it going? I'm also a neighbor right behind this project, closer on the west side. And one, I do really appreciate the materials, the quality of workmanship, and what is proposed. Our toughest thing, and for privacy, is we have a 30-foot setback, our house is. And if we could have a similar setback to the Owl building, if it's going to be a second story and the Hummingbird, I think would just be a really respectful thing for us in our privacy. All of our windows and doors are south-facing, and having decks, multiple decks looking down upon us doesn't feel like a great neighborly thing to do. So if those buildings were either scaled back to single story or have decks that we're not facing, we'd really appreciate for our privacy. Other than that, I understand that things are going to change, and we want to see a beautiful project. We just want it to be in scale and, not invading our privacy. So, thank you, board.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, up next we have Gualame Deseret. If you'd like to make your way to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? We are the neighbors immediately to the west, so we share that westerly fence line with this project, and we have 4 concerns. One is there's a driveway being proposed all the way up that west fence line and 6 covered parking spaces, covering the full length of our shared fence. Total site parking goes from 12 to 16 spaces. We're concerned about headlights, idling, cars, opening and shutting doors, and conversations directly at our primary bedroom. Our second concern is massing along our fence line. Owl today is an unpermitted accessory structure. There's no kitchen, no bedroom, it's storage. With the portion closest to our property line at a low roof height, it's about 9 feet. This converts it to a 1,600 square foot single-family residence and switches the use from storage to a principal household. The second is Hummingbird, which similarly is being reconstructed as a 2,578 square foot 2-story single-family dwelling. Notably, Hummingbird does not step back the upper story on the west elevation. It does everywhere else. It reads as a looming 2-story wall directly into our yard. That's page A306. We can also put it on CCTV. I took a picture, so I'd request that that second story gets pulled back per your guidelines. Our third concern is the vegetation buffer and fencing along our shared boundary. The current plan only proposes low ground cover and small shrubs. With 2-story structures and an active driveway, we would like to see a more established planting schedule. And then fourth is we have some beautiful specimen oaks on that site. About 30% of the canopy, approximately, I think, goes onto their property line. I'm really worried about the root zone being affected, so I would like to see some guidelines set around how deep they can dig if that driveway does get approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Up next is Katie Graffiti. If you'd like to make your way to the podium. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm his wife. I live at 2501 Medcliff Road, and we also own 2509 Medcliff Road, which is an empty lot that also shares the westerly property line. I'll just kind of say +1 to what Guillaume said, as well as kind of my two just high-level points is one, I'd like you guys to take a look at height. We are the tall white house next to all of the wood-sided houses on Medcliff. And I think what we realized after going through the process a few years ago is there definitely is a precedent for, you know, a 25-foot peak height. But on most of the houses, you see it just the point facing the road. When we started building our house, we were approved for beyond that. And as they framed out the horizontal ridge line, it was too tall. We brought it down 3 feet. We wish we could have brought it down more. And I think looking at the house facing the bluff and from the public view, the horizontal ridge line, having it be 26, 27 feet tall provides more of a looming feel, similar to the other house. I can't keep all the birds straight. I think it's Hummingbird. I just think there's more of a thoughtful way to bring in the second story and really consider those heights as you're pushing above 25, which is the recommended height. And just saying from experience, and how it would fit into the neighborhood. The other thing, I know Guillaume brought up vegetation on our westerly property line, where the driveway is, and maybe adding in some hedges or something on your side. There's so much beauty to this project. I agree with what Alex said, the materials used and the plan and all the landscaping, and obviously it's all central, but then there's the corner of where we're all impacted, and you kind of are looking up just at these boxy two-story buildings, and I don't think there was a lot of thought put in to privacy and creating maybe beauty for the most impacted neighbors. So if there's anything along the guidelines that could kind of help address that, we would really appreciate it. And we all want to work together and are happy to collaborate. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And then as our last speaker, we do have a Julia Woods, if she'd like to make her way to the podium. Thank you.
Sorry, Julia Witz. I just wanted to sort of clarify for both the board and for myself where your purview is and where you have discretion. And initially, from staff, it did make it sound to us as though there was very limited discretion in looking at the site plan itself versus architectural and landscape details. But I did want to, remind the board that this is in a hillside design district, and there are neighborhood compatibility guidelines, and I'm assuming the board has to make certain legal findings of neighborhood compatibility, which includes not crowding out things for the neighbors and bulk size and things like that. So I believe the board has quite a bit of discretion with respect to moving things over. One of the things that's very apparent in the site plan is the beautiful existing single-family residence with the ocean view is left very uncrowded, but there's a very dense use along the homes along Medcliff where that fence is, the gathering space, etc. I call your attention also just to the floor plans of, let's say, the Owl building is unusual and hints at use as a recreational facility almost. There's only one small bedroom upstairs with a full bath. There are two small powder rooms right next to each other with outside entries and an outdoor kitchen. And this is 6 feet from the fence line of the Medcalf homes. So I urge the commission to use as much discretion as it can to really look at neighborhood compatibility and try and shift some of these uses and even look at the bulk of them more towards the interior of the property, closer to the existing single-family home that has fewer impacts. And then, the last thing I want to say is I'm a land use and environmental planner for 40 years. I've been in Santa Barbara 35 years, and one thing I've noticed that, the wonderful job that you guys do as a board, when these projects finally hit the Planning Commission, either on appeal or for permitting, and or the city council, there are many commissioners and council people who are very reluctant to touch what you've done. They respect you. They respect the fact that the applicant had to put in a lot of money and a lot of time and headache remodeling and changing details. So they're very hesitant to look at site planning and to play with it by the time it gets to them. So I urge you to do as much as you can within your discretion that makes it a good project for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to note that we did receive public correspondence from Ann Brownstein and Alex McGiver, who were our first two speakers. On virtual comments, I'm checking Zoom. I do not see any raised hands. And that ends virtual comment. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Anderson.
Okay, we will close public comment for item 3 and go to questions from the board. Who would like to begin? Anyone? Board Member Soffren?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. So, you guys have like, all right, so there's some permitted structures, there's unpermitted structures, but you're demolishing, but then can you, and then in addition to that, there's also part of this, I mean, this is very complicated. I don't know if we like need to break down layer by layer too, because there's as-built conditions, and if I understand right, you guys have gone ahead and done a lot of improvements already without any permits? Yeah, I know, right? I threw a lot at you.
Okay, I'll try to gather them all up. It's a complicated site. There are buildings that are there that weren't permitted. Mike Love was famous for adding pieces and just moving on. So we're sort of cleaning up some of that mess. And yeah, so there's some unpermitted, there's some permitted. We have plans from 1998. Part of them were followed, part of them were just dropped. So for us, it's been complicated just weaving it all back together, like what are we dealing with? And then what we have done on the property, this little sandpiper cabin and the house right in the middle of the property, Pelican, we have done work on those, put new windows, siding, insulation, making them habitable so that the owner would have a place to use while this project is going through permitting and going through construction. And that is, both of those are part of the permitting process. So when we're done, everything on this property will have been permitted.
So to be clear, what you're saying is you guys did a bunch of work that was supposed to be permitted, intentionally knowing that you were doing illegal work. And now you'd like that to be accepted.
We the land use planner and the lawyer, we got involved, not at the beginning. We got involved and helped explain what the process is. He's from Hawaii and had some lack of, just didn't understand exactly how it goes here in terms of, in some places, it's not as strict about that.
Yeah, just, it gives me a bad taste in my mouth in a sense that you guys are doing what you want to do, knowing that you'll just push it through. And, I mean, the owner has, seems like a very intelligent individual with great taste, puts together a great team, but puts together a team that does what they want to do when they want to do it, and then comes back and asks for forgiveness, right?
I mean, we're applying to legalize what we've done. And we understand that it's at a risk that, if you guys need to ask a change, that we might, we would need to consider that.
Let's see. It's interesting with the site arrangements. I mean, I'm sure that you guys have made sure that your setbacks are what they are, so silly to go to that. But have there been studies done with alignments with the adjoining properties to ensure that these new second-story additions, we don't have windows overlapping with other windows and looking down into people's yards, violating their private space?
Right. I mean, we've been very sensitive to that. Most of the, like the north elevation of Owl, I think there might be like a window in there. I mean, we're very sensitive to looking into other neighbors. The Owl and Hummingbird to the north, We're facing Katie and Geem's property. Very few windows along that. And they have their swimming pool over there, so we don't want to look into their swimming pool, and they didn't want us looking in there either. So, and yeah, we're very careful about that. On Allen Hummingbird, the setback is 6 feet. We're probably 22 feet back. We're showing a driveway there, but at the end of the day, it's going to be probably landscape that the cars can drive on. This owner doesn't want any paving. I mean, the fire department is forcing us to put that in. We're working with them to try how to make this thing look like a lawn. And they said, as long as they pull up, and when they look through the gate, it looks like they can drive on it, we'll accept it. But if it looks like a lawn, they're trained not to go on the grass, and then we're stuck. So, and then even in the back on Al, I mean, again, the setback is 6 feet. We're 11.5 feet in, so we're pushing it in. We're trying to create as much separation as we can. But, we still have, even though it's a big site, we have limited space to move around.
Do you happen to have an aerial that you could pull up and just kind of walk us through what you're talking about
Yeah, let me
to help us get a
flip
visual
back
of the
through- yeah,
neighbors?
Certainly. If I go back to that first image I had here. So here we have there's that driveway on the north side of the property.
Can you zoom up?
Let's see, I think, would I hit shift?
Control and then scroll.
Control and scroll. Okay, here we go. Perfect. So you can see, here's the driveway. That was one of the comments. We're showing a driveway. We don't want a driveway. So that will be landscaped the best we can. And still, here's our covered parking. And with the parking, we don't want parking. But by code and by the law, they're forcing us to put 16 spots in, which makes no sense. We don't want it. But in order to meet the planning commission, we've got to show 16 spots, a bunch of covered spots. So we have the extra space here, and then here along the backside of Al, the north side of that building, 11.5 feet off the property line. And we do have, and it was commented, a little deck up here. It's meant to be sort of a reading deck, a reading space for this home. And we've set back the side of that deck 15 feet, which is the regulations here for a deck. And it's only wide enough to get a couple chairs out there. You sit in the sun and read a book. So it's not a party deck. So I don't know if that addresses your questions.
No, I was kind of curious. Do you have a study though that can show us where your structures and windows align with the neighbors?
So sometimes,
do
yeah,
not.
we have,
We have a lot of
we have like
trees.
you show adjacent neighbors to your property, and at least just the outline of the building, so that we can look at adjacencies and privacies. So it helps us determine
Right.
if you're encroaching into the neighbor's
No, I mean,
view.
that makes sense, and I totally understand, and that's why, one, we're trying to minimize the windows. If we could do no windows, we do no windows. There are some life safety issues that we have to address, but, that's something that we can take a look at.
I
But
just
both-
wanted to clarify, you mentioned about the 16 parking spaces, and the reason we need a parking modification is not to allow less than the required number of spaces, it's to have less than the required covered spaces. So, because of the location near the Mesa Lane steps and the beach access, there's a lot of policies that appear to conflict with our asking for less. However, if your board would be open to that, or if the city would be open to that, we would certainly consider that. But at this point, it would feel very burdensome to have have all the parking be covered, essentially, because there's so many dwellings out there. But we've proposed 6. We think that is reasonable without creating too much mass. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. There's the request for the modification for the hedge that doesn't exist that you guys want to.
It does exist.
It does
It's
exist.
a 12-foot, almost a 14-foot tall hedge now. So we just want to maintain that hedge.
Well, and you want to extend it too, don't you?
And it's not a modification, it's a design exception.
But
It's, if I may, it's actually an administrative exception. Since this project is in the coastal zone, it's a staff level decision with, of course, the consent from the neighboring properties. But we are asking for your input on it to help us make that decision.
I think so if I just understand this correctly, if you can just help me out, how many legal residences are on here right now? And I know you guys have a right to do a bunch, but how many legal?
5.
There's 5. And so you're proposing how many?
2.
So there would only,
7 total.
7 total.
so there'd be 7 total. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Renew?
Just a quick question. So would that be separate owners?
No, it's actually 2 owners, it's tenants in common agreement. So the house, if I can zoom out, I can shift, oh, there we go. So the large house here, we call Blue Jay, that's a separate homeowner. And they're gonna be doing some modifications. My client owns all the other buildings.
Everything else.
So it'll just be 2 owners, will continue with the same tenants in common agreement. And
Okay. And can you clarify the hedge location on this map?
the hedge
On this site?
is right there. So it extends along here, it's a big tall hedge, comes right up to the edge of the bluff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we do have, oh, look, I can scroll, here we go. Oh, here we go. So here you can see that hedge. So right now, it's probably approaching about 13 feet, and it's about 6 feet wide.
And back on the plan, can you identify, again, its location and where the proposed extension
Actually, you can go
extends?
just adjacent to the.
Yeah, so it's, right now, it comes up to about this point. I mean, we used to be extending a small amount.
I see.
We're not going to run it down the property. It's
Okay.
just to make it fit in, because currently the building, oh, you can see the footprint under it.
Uh-huh.
See, that's the footprint of the existing
Right.
house. So, yeah, we're just pulling it back just a little bit, because it's giving both properties a little privacy from each other, and it's a wonderful little element there right now, and we hate to have to take it down. We just want to maintain it the way it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it for now.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Black?
I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but how many meetings have you had with the neighbors and showing in the plans? Just curious.
This is conceptual review, so this is our first time.
Okay.
Can we come back?
And we don't have an elevation, do we, of what the frontage looks like? And it kind of sort of would dovetail with a site plan that shows where the neighbors are.
I think you have a north elevation of.
Is there a north
Owl.
The
elevation?
north, or this is
That shows-
south. You want the south elevation,
No,
north
he
elevation?
wants the north.
Of which building?
Well,
Well,
of your property.
the whole property.
So it'd be owl and the fence.
Yeah, well, actually,
I'm just trying to understand the visual impact on the adjacent street
right, well, here, actually,
and neighbors beyond.
oops, maybe, oops. Let me- If I can zoom in. Does this help? I mean, because here's.
You have a building elevation, correct?
Building elevation, I do. I just wanted to help.
Yeah, we have the full plans available too.
I don't know how to access that.
I can.
Well, here, let me see if, I do have the elevation of Al, and I believe it is the,
There.
Here it is, Al North. Okay, so this is facing the neighbors. I think, does this address, let me see if I can slide this thing over. How do I make that? Oh, there we go. Okay, excellent.
That's the
yeah.
one farthest west, yes?
So this is the one farthest
that right?
north.
Okay.
Farthest north. So.
Well,
here's-
north,
Northwest.
but west,
Oh, yeah,
northwest
yeah,
corner.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So here, you can see we have, some small windows. I think that's a little bathroom window in here, and here's just some windows around the reading area. And the rest of it is just a very plain facade. We're not encouraging, an interaction. We're trying to mind the privacy. And then here's that little deck over here, and that's set back 15 feet from the property line. And this wall here is 11 and a half feet back from the property line.
Okay. And then there's another building to the, where the pool is?
Oh, Dove.
Yeah.
What do we have for Dove here? Hummingbird. Oh, so Dove, yeah, so, oops. I think Dove is up further. Hummingbird. Next one. Boom, boom. Oh, so this is Dove.
Okay.
So the elevation facing the neighbors and facing the pool,
Yep.
this is that elevation. And this is the sunroom that we're going to be adding on to the house. And all this is existing structure here with a new roof and new siding and obviously new doors and windows added to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Does that
thank you
work?
very, thank you very much.
I think it's
Thank
a
you.
two-story that faces that side, but that's, Board Member Six, do you have some questions?
I don't have any questions now. I have
Okay.
comments.
Did you consider, I know your proposed structures are in the relatively same locations as what's existing. Did you study relocating the ones that you were demolishing? Did you study relocating them anywhere else on the site?
We, at one point, we did. And let me get back to that site plan.
While he flips to that, I'll just say, you know, there's an existing driveway along that side, and there's those structures there. And part of, you know, being a bluff top property is we're minimizing, you know, disturbance as much as possible and grading. We did put in some basements. We obviously got that verified with the geologist and the geotech engineer. But the site, in terms of the civil engineer and the grading, was really minimized. So that was part of it. And yeah, I mean, that's the reason that they're proposed there is because that, you know, there's structures there now. By demolishing them, it creates ways for them, and the driveway's already there.
Well, and just to address your question, you know, so we did look at that. I mean, we are trying to keep, obviously, we're keeping dove, we're keeping pelican. And our limitations are, obviously, we've got this large fire access lane coming through, so that eliminates everything here. Our blue line is our bluff setback, so again, we have another sort of hard edge. And in a way, you know, this house, our Windhover, is squeezed in here. We got a property this way, we got this existing sandpiper, and then we got our co-owner, some space there. The one thing we did look at, you know, we want to keep Hummingbird sort of where Hummingbird was, and the idea is to keep some of the spirit of the property. So that building was there, and we're trying to replicate it and having a similar feel to what's there. Al, which is currently sort of was a garage storage facility, we looked at moving it further down the site, but again, it would still be over the, you know, sort of along that property line. So there was no place to, like on this property, put a new building. I mean, that seemed like it was it, and since it was a building there and we were demolishing it, the road was here.
Okay.
We're trying to have, you know, a minimum impact on the site. So that was our exercise, just to answer your question.
Okay, I have a couple more questions.
Okay.
One on the site plan at your gate, so you're keeping your existing gate?
Existing
And then
gate
are these
stays.
two new structures for like trash and
Oh, yeah, so,
something?
oh, this is a carport. So in that one image that we're looking through, you can see that little carport. That is trying to meet the requirements of getting 6 covered spots.
Okay.
We have 2 garages back here in that. Yeah, then this is, that's a trash enclosure. And again, you know, city has requirements for that.
Yep.
And sort of what you're seeing in there, that's 2 more parking spots where, you know, they're forcing us to come up with 16 places to park cars.
Okay.
So that's 2 of them.
And then can you go to the west elevation of Hummingbird? And do you have an elevation that shows both Hummingbird and Owl together on the west?
I think we don't have, kind of get to
And that's the
our
one that
architecture.
faces
Right,
the
right.
neighbors.
And I think I have to go to our plans. How do you?
There's tabs at the top of the PDF viewer, and you can go to your share. And then you can make it bigger, you can just close that all the tools taskbar at X there. Yep. Awesome.
And I think there are tabs on the property if you want to jump to. But I think you got it.
I mean, we have it in the rendering as well. Yeah.
Oh, if we have it in the,
Yeah. Well, okay.
I don't think we rendered that elevation, did we?
Yeah.
No, not this one. We rendered this.
This one, yeah,
And
yeah.
that one, but this is the one we want to show them. So you
Okay,
can zoom
do you
in on
want
that.
to, yeah.
Yeah, I think I got the zooming in, I think. Oh, there we go.
So
Okay.
it's north, not, or
Whoops,
northwest.
there we go. How's that? Okay, so this is the, no, that's, what am I looking at?
That's the north elevation.
This is north elevation.
So slide over. That's the east elevation.
Yes, that's the, oh, we want the west elevation, that's, okay. Yeah. Okay, so next sheet down. Okay, here we go, now that makes sense. Okay, so here's the west elevation of Hummingbird. And then you can see we've got 3 tiny windows up top. Again, trying to, be respectful for our neighbors, and this is pushed back over 20 feet off of the property line. We have our 2-car garage, and then, yeah, a couple little windows downstairs, but trying to keep that facade as, plain and offer as much privacy as we can.
Okay, any follow-up questions before we go into comments? All right, Board Member 6, you want to start with comments? Here for concept.
Yeah, first of all, the history of, permitting and so forth, I think that's not relevant here. We've got a project that's here and a client that's trying to clean things up. So I don't put any importance on that. I think that it's a very nice, handsome project. I think the only issue is the adjacency to the neighbors, and it just seems that given our typical issues in that regard, this project is looking very great. I mean, it's the setbacks are greater than required. There's it seems like a lot of mature landscaping materials on the property lines, and my review of the proposed elevations that are sensitive to neighbors show minimized windows. However, given the level of concern of the neighbors, I think that we need to go through the standard tools that we do here at the board to make sure that privacy and is respected. And you want me to list those, Chair? Sure. So, first of all, we need a site plan with your structures on the especially on these sensitive 3 units, given with the footprints of the neighbors and some idea of the outdoor uses on their property. I think we need to see photos and imagery of the existing property line vegetation and how it is helping your privacy issues. And I think that we should go through at a later date when we have all that information and the footprints and so forth. We can go window by window and deck by deck if that's necessary. When we know where the areas of most sensitivity are.
Great, thank you. Board Member Black, comments?
Yeah, I'd agree with those comments. I think, too, that when you're putting that exhibit together, it might be good to identify where privacy might be an issue with your neighbors and how maybe you could use some landscape elements to help mitigate that. So actually show that on a plan as well. Just say, this is an issue, this is what we're doing to address it. I think that would go a ways. That's all. Thanks.
Board Member Noon?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what you've done here is you're certainly within your limits of what you can design and under all those, right? You haven't maxed things out. As Board Member 6 mentioned, you've pulled, or things are pulled away. So really the only teeth we have is this privacy issue, and come back and show us how you've dealt with it specifically. Board Member Black said, where those are going to occur, how you're going to deal with it, and I think that's something that we certainly need to see, and the neighbors would like to see as well.
Board Member Softman?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think everyone's made great points. I'd like to just also maybe just ask that, I think Board Member Black had asked if you guys had, spoken with the neighbors, and it seems like you've got some neighbors that would like to talk with you, so maybe a little bit more of an outreach with your neighbors, and not something, a little bit, but see maybe if you guys together can resolve some of these concerns.
Yeah, and then I would just add that I support I guess I support the hedge. I don't know if we're just supposed to give our input. I don't know about that, but I support not doing story polls. I would definitely study on, what is it, hummingbird, stepping back that elevation, and that should come out of your study of the privacy with your neighbors. I would work with the fire department on your pavement. I think there are ways to get out of doing paving, and you can maybe not grass, but you can do something else to make it look more rural. I think it's a cohesive project. I think it's smart. I personally think it's smart to reconstruct buildings in the same location that the existing buildings were in. Just from my personal experience of projects, especially in the coastal zone. So I think it's actually a very smart site plan. And I think when you come back, just the materiality and the palette for the landscaping and the pavement will play a huge part in how it feels on the site. And then, yes, definitely the privacy concerns. So.
Just one more comment. You might preempt the privacy concerns by looking at, I noticed this real fast, there was a deck on second floor in the owl that was open to three sides. You might say, well, maybe we can design a handsome taller wall, opaque on the sensitive side, if things like that, or raised sills of windows that might be, so you might do some preemptive considerations when you find out where those hot spots are.
Yeah, and similar to the comment about the location of the built-in barbecue on Owl, just it's on a property line, so maybe consider or study another alternate location that's not an active location next to a property line. Okay, someone like to make a motion?
So I'll make a motion for indefinite continuance back to the full board with the following comments, that the project in its general sense is a very handsome, sensitive project, like the materials, the layouts, and the main issue is sensitivity and privacy to the neighbors, that we want to make sure that that is maximized by, number one, providing area plan, including the adjacent structures and the indication of the uses on those properties. Photo indications of the mature planting on the property lines that provide screening, a study or focus in on the windows and decks that might be of concern, and what else? Oh, that there's no reason for story poles, as these are two-story developments around two-story existing structures. Oh, here we go. So we don't need poles. The proposed structures are clearly inconsistent in terms of size, bulk, scale of other buildings directly off the property.
Just, feedback on the parking modification, as well as the floor area modification and The hedge, oh yeah, feedback on the hedge.
Well, I think we can delay the hedge for the photo studies and so forth, and generally, let's just, delay it until we'll see the evidence. And I'm sorry, the other one was parking,
Parking modification.
which is,
They are providing less covered than the required amount, but they're providing their required amount of parking.
given the nature of the project, I see no problem with accepting that modification.
A floor area modification. The site is unique, so they are over the allowed floor area for garages and carports, so they're asking to go above that. It is a unique site, so it's...
Given the uniqueness of the site and the way it's planned, it's not an issue.
I'll second that.
Okay, let's take a vote. Do you have any questions before you guys good with what we? Okay. Okay, let's take a vote.
Here we go. Chair Anderson?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Trey Anderson, is he still? He's still gone. Okay.
No, he's
Board Member Black?
Here,
Board
yes.
Member.
Yes.
Board Member Nun?
Yes.
Board Member Six?
Yes.
Board Member Suffren?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank
Motion
you.
passes. Thank
We'll
you.
See you next time.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you all.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item 4, 219 West Figueroa Street. Proposal to demolish an existing 1942 square foot, two-story, single-family residence, a 340 square foot garage, and all existing site paving. I'm still going. Yeah. Okay, all existing site paving and redevelop the property with an average unit density project consisting of 5 duplex buildings containing a total of 10 new studio units, including associated site improvements such as a new driveway and walkways, trash enclosure, barbecue area, landscaping, and bicycle parking. No final appealable action will be taken at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and compatibility with urban design guidelines will be required of project design approval. Okay, can y'all move outside with conversations, please? Thank you. I know. It's okay.
Excuse me in the back row, can you take your conversations outdoors? Thank you.
Let me grab it real quick, and I'll throw that in, and then I'll come back.
I mean, it's not that critical, but.
We definitely have.
Welcome, thank you for your patience. Please introduce yourselves, and you have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Tom Oxner, and I have Liz Hughes, architect, here as well. I'm going to start out and give you a little bit of history of this property. This property has been in a local family for quite some time, and currently on the property there is an old structure that predates 1900. It's, I can get into it. It's got a little bit of a mixed history in terms of the historical value of the building, but it's in pretty bad shape. And the family has been looking to redevelop the property for some time, and it's taken a little bit of effort to get past that milestone. But we're proposing a multi-family project here, and so that will displace this old structure in favor of 5 duplexes, which will be 10 units. The goal of this project is not to maximize the development on the site by any means. We're going through the average unit density program, and we're looking at close to maximizing the number of units, but going with very small size units that makes the project affordable to build and affordable to rent. So we've got little loft bedrooms with the bathrooms down below, and this is hopes to be truly a project where we can have first-time workforce people who don't have to drive to town, can take their bicycle to work and back. And ground level doors, airspace around the buildings, a sense of community within a little quad, and yeah, I mean that's our vision. So it's about half of the ADUD average size, and Liz can get into the details of the project.
Yeah, so I'll start just by describing some of the property characteristics. The zoning is a CG, I believe, lot, which is a commercial lot here, and it borders on some commercial buildings next door. It kind of looks like a residence, but it's actually an office. And then there's also there are a few residential buildings around the property. Actually, here, let's take a look. So this building here is, I believe, a contractor's office. And then I think these are existing residences, maybe in 2 or 3 different buildings. The lot is kind of unique. It shares an easement with a neighboring property that only goes about halfway through the property. There's also an alley along the back, so there's access on both sides. Let's see, it's in the priority housing overlay, so very high dwelling unit option under the AUD program, and so our base density for this property is 3, and we could go up to 12 with 825 square feet per unit, but right now what we have is 10 units that we're proposing on site. As Tom mentioned, they're 1-bedroom units that are meant to be kind of like loft, smaller size units. For those 10 units, we could go up to 935 square feet per unit, which would be a 2-bedroom unit. But instead, we're just proposing 1-bedroom units to maintain the residential character of the site, provide more open space for the residents, and it's also just really nice to have duplex buildings because you get more light in there, and you don't kind of end up with one of those row housing, especially on a long and narrow lot like this. Typically, what you would see for this type of lot configuration would be, carport or garage spaces along a long driveway going through the site. And what we really wanted to do here was kind of maintain the landscaping in between the units. And so this is an aerial view. This is that existing driveway that's shared with the neighboring property. Because under the AUD program, we're in the central business district. We're about a block away from the bus station on, I guess it's Figueroa and Chapala, is it? So major transit area within a block from this property, and so providing a fairly dense layout of housing, but without needing to have parking under the AUD program. So we didn't have to apply for any state density bonuses, any modifications, or anything like that. This is just under the general AUD program where parking is not required in the central business district. So this is the view from the street. The maximum height, our buildings vary a little bit on the ridge height, but under 23 feet. So I think the tallest one is 22 feet 3 inches. Some of them are a little bit shorter. And then along the neighboring property, we're abutting right up to the property line, and we already met with the planning department regarding their first comments about the planner letter, and so we are providing solar access along that side of the property as well. So keeping the plate height as low as possible where it's abutting the neighboring property. And some views from the inside, just that loft feel of a very small unit. And the unit sizes are average between, they're 441 for the smallest unit and 486 square feet for the largest unit. So studio, essentially a studio unit. And then some of our materials, this is kind of farmhouse style architecture, and what we wanted to do with the siding that we're proposing is to have a variety of colors so that it doesn't look like row housing, it's not a uniform appearance. Also, the roofs kind of vary between the units so that there's a little bit of variety and it doesn't just feel like you've got the same building stacked next to each other. Our site plan. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, let's pull up the landscape plan as well. Yeah.
That's where you were going next, but let's do it. I'll give you extra time for my delay. I think you guys will be done before that anyways. There you are.
Okay. So kind of creating this garden apartment feel where you have a central access running through the property with a meandering pathway, landscaping, and shared trash bike storage off of that shared path. Also, the idea for the site design is that this whole courtyard area would be secured with fencing at the perimeter. So the bike storage is covered, but it's open for the residents so that, just to provide easier maneuverability in and out of that area. There's also a little barbecue area with the lawn. We're proposing an alternative open yard design. So one common space with a minimum dimension of 20 foot by 20 foot. This is much larger than that. But that's the conceptual arrangement for the site that we're moving forward with. We also have, we wanted to provide, we weren't sure if the fire department would want a wider driveway. Since we don't have driveway access on this property, the driveway is shared with the neighboring property. Typically for multifamily, we would have a 16 to 20 foot wide driveway, but our easement is only 10 feet wide. So we did want to provide a wider driveway at the entry, just so if, there was a need for a fire truck to pull in, that they would be able to do so safely. There is also an alley to the back of the property, so the fire department didn't have any comments about accessing it, but that's one reason that we kind of created a wider driveway here. However, we are looking into potentially just reclaiming that area for landscape and just leaving the 10-foot driveway for the neighboring property. So that whole edge would be closed off with fencing and made private. And so it's really just a chunk of our property that's there being used by the neighboring property. I'm going to go back to our plans and just kind of speed through some of the elevations for the trash enclosure and the bike storage, just that open structure. Our site floor plans, you can see we have a pretty tight arrangement with these studio units, the loft spaces above. And then just most of the floor plans for the units they're all pretty much the same. And this is the elevation of the front unit. This roof above that area is higher to accommodate the stair slope as it slopes up to that loft area. So this is coming up pretty high there. And then I'll just kind of speed through our elevations here so you can see just the different materials for each building, different roofs. And then plate heights for both the first and second floor at 8 feet. And top. Yeah. So trying to keep the height down as much as possible and provide a very residential character to the lot. And Tom, did you want to talk about anything else about the surrounding neighborhood or?
I did miss that the architectural style here, the building that's coming down was determined to be a national folk style house, which the character of that architecture is, it's pretty simple, but the gable is kind of the signature element to it. So we chose the gables to kind of work with the best that we could to, and then also the entry, that stonework in front is, dates back quite a ways. So we're doing the best we can to probably rebuild it in front there. That is probably back to 1885, I'm thinking. That's what I was reading. But you can see the back of the building's been added on to quite a bit. So it's taken up the name in the neighborhood as the haunted house for obvious reasons.
And there was actually a historian report written for this structure. The building that's there right now is basically condemned and a nuisance to the neighborhood. And so we applied for a permit to demolish the structure. But in order to do that, we needed to get a historic report, go to HLC. The historian said that this is a historic structure and cannot be removed, but thankfully under a state law that prioritizes housing over a dilapidated falling down structure, we're able to move forward. So, and that's what the planning department recommended. So that's how we're moving forward with this. And
I think that concludes
our presentation.
Great. Thank you. We will open up public comment for item 4.
Okay, thank you, Chair Anderson. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I only have one request to speak, and that is from Delia Smith. If you'd like to make your way to the podium as our only in-person speaker.
Hello, everybody. You've had a long day. I am the owner of property on Bath Street, which is just around the corner from Figueroa Street, 1020, 1020 and a half, and 1022 Bath Street. And I'm the mom of a mom and pop rental housing unit that has typically had young occupants, college or graduate school, and beginning professionals. And it's been a sweet location. The neighborhood is, the people love it, and it's the access to downtown. But my questions refer to cars, and I just need a little clarification. We have kind of a peculiar situation where the driveway from 1022 Bath Street goes straight back the length of my property, and there would be two houses on the other side of the driveway. I don't know if you can really call it an alleyway because it's just narrow enough for one car there's no passing. But it goes up parallel to Figueroa Street. And tenants who live in one of the buildings on Figueroa Street have access to Bath Street to our driveway. But it's a one-way access. We're not allowed to drive out on that. And what I'd like clarification on is this really attractive project you're planning, is that going to, the back driveway you speak of with access, does that go to Bath Street? Is that?
There's no parking on the parcel, so the alleyway would only be used by the fire department if there was an emergency.
There's no access because, so it's.
There's no parking on the property.
Oh, okay. So it must be the next door property that has access to come all the way through.
Potentially. You know, let me zoom in on this aerial here.
The survey. That'd be good.
I guess it does look like there, but
It doesn't have legal access to that alleyway. This property does not.
Yeah, so I'll go to the survey. The easement stops midway through the property, the access easement. So it does not continue through, right here, you can see that that's where the easement ends. And that's where our proposed driveway will end. And it goes 96 feet into the property and then it stops.
So just to clarify that there's no access being proposed.
There's
to
no
the alleyway,
access,
yeah.
no.
Sorry,
Well,
there's,
that's great from my point of view. Talking to one tenant today, she said they go pretty fast coming out of there. And that would be a large number more people using it. But my other question is, concerns cars. How many parking spaces do you have on the property?
There are no parking spaces.
Wow. We all know how limited parking is on
Yes, yeah.
Santa Barbara streets, but that answers my questions, and
Thank
thank you
you.
for your clarification.
Okay, I just wanted to also mention, we did receive public correspondence from Jody McLeod and Angela and Steve Yates. Going on to virtual Zoom comments, we have one raised hand from Mr. Rafael Perez Torres. Mr. Torres?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Excellent. Thank you, perfect. I appreciate you taking the time to hear my comments. And my comment essentially is for the board and this process just to consider the context in which this project is being requested. We understand that because of the ADU policy, parking is not required. There is no parking on site. Access for cars is not an issue. However, the reality is people still have cars. And part of the context of this project is it's within 2 blocks of the under construction Jacaranda project, which I believe is 63 units that is under planned construction with 0 parking, also in our neighborhood. So though this is not a requirement, I think the context in which this project is being pursued needs to be taken into account because there's already, as you all know, I'm sure, an incredible amount of density downtown, and parking has become an exceptional problem. And expecting people to move into a very small unit and not have a car and rely entirely on public transportation is, I think we can all agree, unrealistic. So I just would really like for this process to take into account the context of our neighborhood, which is very much a residential neighborhood, even though it is trafficked very much, a lot of foot traffic and a lot of car traffic. I've lived in this neighborhood for over 30 years, and many of my neighbors, including the residences that are right next to that location, not the accountant, but on the other side, that family has lived here longer than I have. So their needs and our needs as a community, I think, should also form part of the consideration as you take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that ends our virtual comment, and with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Anderson. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I will close public comment. I will make one statement, just that the board has no purview over parking. So we can address the site layout and the aesthetics of the project in relationship to the neighborhood. So unfortunately, we can't talk about that. All right, questions from the board. Who would like to start? I see someone tapping their hand.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. First of all, I understood that I'm referring to the wider drive portion adjacent to the easement. And at one point you said that width was required or anticipated for a fire truck, but you were finding that you don't need it. So what is it going?
We haven't spoken to the fire department yet. They didn't have any comments on the original design. The original design did propose a wider driveway.
So
There's also, constrained parking on the neighboring property, which we were taking into account. But the transportation department did not like the wider driveway, and part of the reason was that it could be perceived as a parking area.
Yes.
That is not the intention. It's just to be able to provide, adequate access for vehicles. Any multifamily ground up project is going to require a much wider driveway than 10 feet, so.
Yeah.
The ideal use of that would be a loading zone for the units.
Yeah, well, as it stands now, it's super attractive to illegal cars parking and so forth. So I think that after you go through your hoops with the agencies, that you find a way to make clear what that is and not have it catch-all.
Yeah, I think we're happy to give it over to landscaping if that's how it ends up.
Yeah. Second, units 1 and 2, they have to go out their doors, out into the public, then back into the gate. I was wondering if that gate, I guess the question is, why is that gate right up the front? Could it be moved back almost all the way to either other side of the kitchen window?
Actually, we were just talking about it this morning when we said, we want to potentially take over this area, and we did talk about moving the gate back as well. So yeah, we agree with that, because then it would provide a nicer landscaped area fronting the street as well.
Might be best to put it street side of the kitchen window, so the kitchen window has privacy. Then the other thing is there's I know your landscape plan shows 2 minor trees on the street side of the trash. If that area could be used, this is hard to describe, but my concern is the width of the trash is really pinching down on your main thoroughfare. If you could move 2 of your trash receptacles into that area, and either exterior against the exterior of that wall, and if you have to shorten the widen driveway by a little bit to get the correct, and add an extra gate to, instead of 1 double gate to the servicemen, another single gate to accommodate those separately located trash units, you could reduce the width of your trash by 1 trash bin and widen up that real pinch point there. So maybe that's not a question, is it?
Can you reconfigure the trash?
Can you reconfigure the
To
trash?
answer the question, those were the 2 points that Liz and I spoke about this morning.
Okay.
And that wasted area, and it was too tight between the trash and that unit 4. We want to rotate that
Somehow,
rectangle.
yeah, okay.
So-
We don't need to get into the weeds like I usually
Yeah,
do.
it's-
And the other concern, have you considered what with the nature of the beast these days is that these that these households have these larger wheeled, larger electric bikes, and I just want to. My question would be, have you considered the new sizes and parking requirements for those larger electric bikes with their heavy wheels and so forth? And if not, I think that should be a prime concern. I think that's it.
Who's next? I see someone go.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Just a couple questions. Now looking at that bike parking, is it accessed from the drive or from
No,
interior?
the bike parking is accessed from the walkway,
Yeah.
the interior walkway.
Yep.
It's just a fence along the back of that bike
Got it.
parking.
And then on the elevations, I know you mentioned that you've got a high roof because of a stair, I think, inside. I wondered if you looked at maybe an alternative solution for that. I know you want to probably keep.
It's a very tight unit design, so that's probably an understatement. Let's see. So here you can kind of see how that roof comes partially over as you start to come up that stair. I believe we have, here's a site section showing that. So the loft area kind of juts out past where the stair, headroom clearance is, and we're right at, a little bit over 6'8" on this coming up. I believe the plate height is still, let's see, I guess, it looks like it's at 9 feet, so it's 1 foot higher than,
your floor to floor.
our floor plate height.
Your floor to floor is 9 feet, so your plate's roughly 8.
The plate height of the second story, like where we have a floor, is 8 feet, but where we have this roof, you can kind of see
Yeah, I see what you're
it's
saying.
a foot higher.
I got it.
So I wouldn't say it's, drastically higher than the standard 8-foot plate that we have everywhere else.
Yeah, okay. It may be early for this back on the site. Will you need to identify like backflow preventer and that sort of thing for your irrigation?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. It's not, you don't have it yet, but you'll, eventually we'll get there.
Yeah, we wanted to come to this initial hearing just to get comments about the mass bulk and scale, neighborhood compatibility.
Sure.
And before we move too far forward with the consultant drawings.
Yep, understood. Okay, that's it.
Board Member Soffren?
No, I don't have any questions.
Board Member Black? Okay, cool. I did have a couple questions, or maybe they're comments. What kind of materials for the window and door frames are you thinking?
Aluminum clad wood with, I think we have like a dark bronze right now.
Can you go to your front elevation or street elevation? The one with the, that neighbor down.
Oh, here, yeah. There we go.
And you're doing vertical or horizontal?
Vertical.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, let's go to comments. Board Member 6?
Yes, if I was a sardine and I was unfortunate enough to be caught and processed, I would like you to design the can that I'm shipped in. But this is a beautiful project. I think that it's a very exciting solution to, the workforce housing. It is sensitive to the neighbors as you've minimized or have blank walls on all the sensitive sides. The way you have reduced the upper floors to open up the interior open areas is wonderful. The use, the gardens in between, I'm sure there'll be many uses of that, but it provides useful elbow room for the folks there. I think that this is a delightful project and very sensitively designed and tight as a sardine can.
All right, Board Member Black? Comments?
I would agree with those comments. I used to live around the corner on Bath Street, so I'm really familiar. I've wondered about that old house I lived there for 10 years, and I just always wondered about it. So I think there's going to be a real improvement to the neighborhood, this little development, so nicely done.
Board Member Noon?
I agree as well. I think it fits very well with the neighborhood. I think it's a very nice job. If you could, maybe look at another solution for that entry, that high roof. don't know what that is, but I think that might help aesthetically, just that elevation. And then also, I agree, the comment, I think Board Member 6 brought up about that pinch point, but you're going to rotate. I think that works well. You might look at also access from that drive, since it's there for the bike room. I don't know if that's possible, but that way you're not getting people walking and biking down that narrow path. Just a thought. I think that might be.
Yeah, we'll have to see if transportation lets us do
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
yeah, be great.
But other than that, I'm very supportive of the project.
Board Member Soffer?
Yeah, I know this property extremely well, unfortunately. So I think it's a big improvement on it. I would love to see you work more on the aesthetic of this front structure. I just feel like when you see the other historic structures on the street, I think, the arrangement of what you've done on the property is great, but I think you guys could put some more into what you've done in the front to make it a little more cohesive to the neighborhood. But I think what you've done here is going to be a great improvement.
Ornate with the details.
A little more ornate and really kind of, like when I see it now, I kind of see something that I, would see like a flip project in Los Angeles on the front, like just not a lot of detail. And yeah, so I think a little more ornate and just lean a little bit more into the proportions of the architecture.
Yeah, I would add on to that. I think the architectural style is lacking, and I think you could push the height, actually, just based on your neighbors. Maybe it's just raising the second floor plate height to give yourself some breathing room, especially on this front elevation. I would study maybe going horizontal siding to kind of relate to the old historic structure. And then I would articulate the entry but I do agree. I think the architectural style is lacking in this particular project, but I think the site plan is well laid out and well thought through, and I think the changes that we talked about would really help and make a big difference. So, who would like to make a motion here for concept? Someone? Okay, all right. I will make a motion for indefinite continuance back to the full board with the following comments: that the board appreciates the site layout and the proposed project. The board would like the applicant to study the layout of the trash and the bike enclosures and how they relate to landscaping and access. Consider large enough space for electric bikes. Make sure the landscape plan includes backflow and all the standard stuff the planting plan needs. The board would appreciate the side gate to be pushed back further as discussed. And the architectural style is lacking in detail development. Consider I don't want to put mine. I guess it's just lacking in detail development, and would consider bringing it up to the character of the neighborhood through its detail. Okay.
Two question. I'll second that.
Okay.
But under consideration, could it be that given the goal to provide inexpensive housing, could it be only the front unit that had that
Sure.
full address of the articulation on the, yeah.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah. And then second, I think that, I don't know if you addressed that that the applicant should resolve with the other agencies involved, the extra width of the driveway up front and utilize it in the best way for the project and more clearly identifies its use so it doesn't become a catch-all area.
Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, let's take a vote.
Okay, here we go. Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Noon,
Yes?
Board Member Six?
Yes.
And Board Member Saltron?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you next time.
Thanks.
We're going to take a couple-minute break.
The architectural board of review again? Thank
Okay,
you.
and we will move on to item 5335, South Milpas. This is a continued item for project design approval. I'm not going to read this whole thing, so I'm sorry, I just don't have it in me. But the public can go and look on the agenda and read through it. But the proposal includes removal of 4 trees. We are proposing a new 45-unit, 4-story residential building with a roof deck and ground-level parking garage containing 47 parking spaces. Does that work? You guys can do a quick recap, maybe. Project design approval is requested. Project approval is subject to compatibility findings with the urban design guidelines, unless these compatible. Oh yeah, okay. We already went through all that.
Mention the big commercial component of this project too.
And Chair Anderson, if you want me to read the
Yeah, go
project
for it.
description, I'll go ahead. I think maybe we should get it into the record. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. This project is a qualifying objective housing development project as described in Government Code Section 65589.5, subsection 8.2. The project site is a 107,285.80 square foot, which is 2.47 acres, lot located at the northeastern corner of the South Milpas Street and Calle Puerto Vallarta intersection. The site is a single legal lot, but has been designated with 2 assessor parcel numbers, which are up on the screen. The area designated as APN with the ending 003 is identified on the city's regional housing needs assessment suitable sites inventory as having arena capacity of 27 residential units, which the project exceeds. The area designated as APN ending in 080 is subject to an easement in favor of the Union Pacific Railroad. The project proposes the following: demolition of 3 of the 4 existing commercial buildings on site, a 2-lot subdivision to create 2 new lots out of the existing lot. Proposed Lot 1 would be 0.74 acres and adjacent to South Milpas Street at the southwest and Calle Puerto Vallarta at southeast, and contains the existing Tri-County Produce Market. Proposed Lot 2 would be 1.73 acres in size, adjacent to Calle Puerto Vallarta, east of proposed Parcel 1. Retention of the existing 59,000 square foot commercial building containing the Tri-County Produce Market with a new 4,000 square foot addition, a new 1,000 square foot outdoor patio, and reconfiguration and expansion of the existing parking lot to include a total of 45 automobile parking spaces on proposed Lot 1, and construction of a new 45-unit. This includes 3 very low-income units and 1 moderate-income unit. A 4-story residential building with a roof deck and ground-level parking garage containing 47 automobile parking spaces. This is on proposed Lot 2. The proposal includes removal of all 4 existing on-site trees and 7 of the 11 existing street trees. The 4 remaining street trees would be protected in place. The City Parks and Recreation Committee approved removal of the street trees as well as their replacements in 2024. This proposal invokes state density bonus law for a concession of parking requirements and waivers of variable density, that's for bedroom count. Waivers of height, outdoor living space, and front setback standards. Hearing officer approval of the coastal development permit and tentative parcel map was granted, and a determination that the project qualifies for an exemption from further environmental review under CEQA guidelines section 15183 was made on April 15th, 2026. Project design approval is requested today. Project approval is subject to the project compatibility findings and compatibility with the urban design guidelines, unless the application of these findings would result in disapproval of the housing development project or condition it in a manner that renders it
infeasible, including any condition that would reduce the number of units, which is density for anyone in the public that isn't aware of that terminology. And there's a government code section that's referenced that requires that. The project was last reviewed for concept review on November 19th, 2024. That's a project description. Thank you for bearing with me. I do have a few comments to add if I may go ahead. So this is a project submitted under the Housing Crisis Act, which is also known as SB 330. It's considered a housing development project. And as such, it is subject to a maximum of 5 hearings. And this hearing today is the 5th and final hearing. So we do need a decision today. And then, as I just stated, the project compatibility findings apply so long as they aren't used to deny, to disapprove the project, to reduce the number of units, or to condition it in any other manner that renders the project infeasible. And then lastly, one other item of note, you'll notice the project, the number of units has been reduced since you last saw the project. It is now down to 45 units from 53. And that is done to accommodate the inclusion of some 3-bedroom units. And with that, I will hand it to the applicant team.
Yes, please introduce yourself. You have 15 minutes.
Go ahead.
Emily Brott with Cornell Collective.
Nicole Greer, landscape architect.
Hi, Jarrett Gorin with Vanguard Planning, land use planner.
And Brian Cornell. I can understand why you didn't want to read that whole thing. So as Barbara mentioned, we've received the approval of the staff hearing officer for the project, and we have, since you last saw the project, new partners are involved. And one of the partners felt very strongly that there are no 3-bedroom units being built in any of the projects that are coming before you. As you guys know, they're 1-bedroom studios for the most part. So we have gone through an exercise to change the unit count from 53 to 45 in order to generate as many 3-bedroom units as possible, and I'll show you the plan. But we're ending up with 14 3-bedroom units, and the purpose for this is to create more family housing, that they feel very strongly that that's something that is not being built. They're also passionate about conserving and keeping Tri-County produce alive, so it's a good thing. So let's just quickly go to the floor plan and I'll explain what we've done. Let's go to the site plan first, just very quickly. The site plan really has not changed. We've simply eliminated a few units to create some storage down in the parking garage for residents. So other than that, this is as you reviewed it before. And then going up to the typical floor level, you can kind of see here how, originally we had, for instance, 3 units or 4 units along the front there, and instead we've got 2 3-bedroom units and then a studio. And we've basically created that same floor plan for turning the corner that faces towards Tri-County produce. So we went to the extra mile to really avoid changing the architecture to the greatest extent possible. We've kept on the upper floor. We've pulled the unit that is a 3-bedroom there on the corner. We've pulled that back. I don't know if you can go to that plan, Emily, the next sheet that shows the 4th floor. We've pulled it back so that it reflected the same massing that we had before. So let's just look at the renders that we have, and if we need to, we can go back to what you looked at previously just to verify kind of what you saw before and what it is today. That's a plan of the roof deck, which I'll let Nicole talk about briefly, but these are the elevations. But I think the renders are probably the best thing to go to. There you go. So again, very similar, that corner that is closest to Tri-County Produce, we felt it was important to keep that massing set back, so we changed that unit above. Otherwise, you know, we still have the mirador element over the driveway entrance. It's all very similar. Next sheet shows the views from the railroad tracks and also from a distant view from Milpas. The first floor is going to have the screening around the parking structure that will be planted out, which is reflected in these renderings. And let's talk briefly about the landscape plan.
I brought some samples. We have a couple new materials, if do you mind. This one is really heavy. I wish we could get smaller ones. It's impossible.
We have city TV. Looks like it's playing. It is. Can we have city TV? Thanks.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The lighting's great.
Oh, I'll just take this one away. We don't even have it. I just have that one. It just shows up better.
That helps so that way.
That's better.
Yeah. So what we're looking at here on the right side of the TV is the one that's labeled Bellegarde. Yeah, that's the permeable paver on the ground floor. Then next to that is a porcelain paver for the roof deck. That's really the only part of the project that's new from a landscape perspective. And then we have a wood deck that's Ipe, which is shown on the far side. And we also have wood deck at the loading dock at Tri-County, so it would be the same. Okay, can we go to the plans, please? So you can see these materials, the new ones are represented here on the top that we just talked about. We have permeable pavers really just shown in this corner of the ground floor, which is the same as it was before. And then at the lobby entrance at the ground floor. The real changes are on the second and third floors, or not third. This is the roof deck, which is above the fourth floor. The second floor is shown here on the right-hand side of the sheet. That would be primarily planted. We're just showing a large planter within that atrium space. What we had before was kind of the exact opposite. It was like seating in the middle surrounded by landscaping, and now we're doing landscaping in the middle surrounded by seating. And the idea is, you know, it should just be like this beautiful passive space, and the circulation should go around it instead of inviting people to stay and congregate here, with the goal of getting people up to the roof deck for those purposes. So on the roof deck, like we've mentioned, it should be more family-oriented, this new project, or revised project. So we're showing two barbecue areas, like outdoor kitchens. I'll just zoom in. Two outdoor kitchens near the elevator here, and then near the stair here. We also have a restroom. It's kind of cut off right there, but this, both of these would have outdoor barbecues, communal dining area, and then a lounge and a fireplace that backs against the, building, the architecture here. This one is slightly larger than one off Calle Puerto Vallarta. And both are under a pergola trellis, and then we have a third pergola here at the corner. So we've kind of reoriented this pergola, this sort of stadium seating element. We have kind of a reference image up here. And the planters to this north building wall, so it's like almost directly north-south now. So this is the main view. If you were sitting on this beautiful wood, like stadium overlooking this little planter, you would have direct views to the ocean. So we were this whole element is new. We're trying to get people up and above, what is it going to be, the guardrail, essentially, guard height parapet here. so that they can have use of the ocean. And then within these wood deck areas that are shown in, kind of brown, we have lounge seating, fire tables, and this would be kind of a flexible space. We're showing a game setup here with like cornhole, or they might be interested in bridge, to kind of just make it inviting and fun for people, but knowing that, there's a park nearby, there's an ocean nearby, and what we're trying to create here is usable space for the residents that, these larger areas could be separated enough that they could be used at the same time. That's the main goal here. Generally, it's like the same number of trees proposed as before, the same types of landscape. Here's kind of just more reference imagery, the outdoor fireplace, these communal dining tables under a pergola. This water feature would be on the second floor courtyard, bench seating, fire tables, raised stucco planters, that kind of style. That's it for the landscape.
So I should mention that the other good thing about the project is we went from 53 to 45 units, but we kept the same number of affordable units. So that did not change. So actually, as a percentage, we've increased the number of affordable relative to the project. These are not luxury units. The intention is, and by the way, the staff hearing officer, there was a condition that none of these could be rented as vacation rentals, so there's a condition on the project, and again, the goal is to create more family units here. So I think we'd open it up for questions.
Okay. We will open up public comment for item 5.
Okay, thank you, Chair Anderson. I'll start with in-person public comment. At this time, I only have one request to speak from Robert Laskoff. If you would like to make your way to the podium as our only in-person speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I live at 402 Oria del Mar, but my unit is accessed off of Calle Puerto Vallarta. So I would be facing basically the driveway to the loading dock as we come out of the parking. There are 5 parking garages in that driveway that I have. I'm concerned about that because Puerto Vallarta is a really narrow street, and with parking it's even narrower. And even though I'm a good neighbor of Tri-County, those trailer trucks are still coming in. They're still there. They're not the stake body trucks that they said that they would limit their deliveries to. The other thing I'm concerned about is the height of the project. It's, I think, too high for the neighborhood because it's going to create what I think is a canyon effect on Puerto Vallarta. It's going to block out sunlight and light. And I think that the height on the respective floors is too high if they want to make this roof deck exceed the 4-story limit. The first floor is 16 feet high, and the next floors are 11 feet high. So if you were to reduce the heights that they propose, and also the ground level parking, I've never seen a parking garage with a 16-foot height, but I think if you reduce those, it would be a much nicer project. The hotel, which is one block up, right on the corner of Milpa Street and what used to be right next to the California Electric Company, they were only 10 feet. And so I think if the project goes forward, it needs to be reduced to 10 feet and maybe 9 feet for the second, third, and fourth levels, reducing the floor units. The garage, I guess, is the way I look at it on the plans, level with the ground. If they want to have a higher footprint, maybe they could dig down 5 or 6 feet. I'm concerned about the roof deck with its height and people dropping things off the roof deck. And I was not able to see on the plans where the mechanicals and compressors and air conditioning units are going to go. I don't know where those go, but if it's up on the 4th floor or the roof deck, I think there are going to be some problems.
Yeah,
So I'm concerned about the height.
okay, thank you. Okay. Any other comments?
Okay, for this particular item, we did receive public correspondence from 5 emails from Danae Dvorak, Anna Marie Gott, Ray Faston, and Carol and Nick Howell. On virtual comment, upon checking on Zoom, I do not see any raised hands. Thank you. And that ends our public comment. And I'll turn it over to you, back to you, Chair Anderson. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll close public comment for item 5. We're gonna go to questions, but it looks like the applicant might want to respond. Is that what's?
Well, I think we just wanted to show the sections. We do have 11-foot floor-to-floor, which is going to allow us to have hopefully 9.5-foot ceilings in these units. They're small, and so we feel strongly about that. And we basically have 12-foot floor-to-floor for the garage, which is really, from our experience, a minimum with the plumbing and everything that's going to be coming down into the garage. We can't do less than that and still have the accessible parking aisle, so.
And do
that
you want
just-
to show us where the mechanical units are
The
located?
mechanical units will be on that basically north-facing side of, so we can go to the roof plan. So everything, basically the units will each have small little suitcase-sized condensers that will serve them, and then we're going to have solar panels up there, but all of that will be on that north-facing, the facade along the railroad tracks.
Okay. Okay, let's go to questions from the board. Who would like to begin? Board member 6?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. So there are more rooftop trellises than was proposed before, correct?
No. We had two rooftop trellises before. We did have one on the corner, and then we had another one that was closer to the railroad tracks. And we could look at those, we could probably look at those previous renders if you wanted to, but
Never mind.
We did have 2 trellises.
And now you have 3.
Oh, we have 3, okay, so you're
Okay.
right, we do have more. Sorry.
There's a minor conflict in the drawings, but it's not relevant. And it's a very minor question. The chain link fence between the parking north of the grocery store and the railroad is called a rail safety assessment. Is that limited to, can't put vines or do black vinyl on that chain link fence? It didn't look like it was addressed or
Yeah, I'm not
there.
sure. I don't know why we couldn't plant vines on that fence.
Yeah. Doesn't have anything right now, it seems.
We call it out as new fence for
Yeah, so
Yeah,
maybe we
okay.
can plant vines on it.
Got it. Rest are comments,
Questions?
these are the extent of my comments.
Oh, boy. I have a couple quick questions. Since this is the last time we're probably going to see you, right? So, are you staying involved in the final construction documents and during construction?
Yes.
And then are you and your team satisfied with where this ended up after all the meetings and our comments?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I think, the detailing is going to be very important on this building, and so we are fully committed to that and happy to share with you in the future, even though we don't have to come before you. No, I think your comments have helped this project along the way. And certainly, you know, when you think about the first time we saw this, Tri-County Produce was going away, and so I think it's a big improvement from that standpoint.
Here, here.
Yeah. Can you just run through the materials again? I just was wondering, are we doing smooth plaster everywhere, or are we doing textured, and are we just doing plain white, or what's the final plaster color?
Well, I think the size of this building is such that it ought to be a white building, personally, and it will be a smooth troweled finish, painted. And then really the other primary material obviously are the windows, which will be clad aluminum, and the grill that we're using basically around the parking structure to be able to take vines, and that we still have to finalize the selection of that.
Okay. Those are my questions, so do you guys have comments? Okay.
I have one comment.
Okay.
Which is, I just want to say, I recognize how far this project has come since you guys, first presented it. So, I mean, it's really come a long way. So thank you for what you've done. I think it's an outstanding project. I think we need more projects like this.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Board member 6.
Just very minor. I think that your new rooftop trellises, you should look at the spans that you have created, especially the lengthwise. They just don't look traditional. Like, should be at least 3 bays. If there's 2 bays on the lengthwise of them, and they should be at least 3 or maybe even 4, so that should be looked at. And then it's kind of an opinion, but if we look at the west, lower right-hand,
You turned your mic off.
lower left-hand corner. Yeah, this aerial or projection kind of looks like a stripped mirador for the stair. It looks really high and awkward. And if you could have the restroom roof pitch both ways and have this thing lowered and be subservient in height, or somehow more incorporated into the restroom height, still projecting it, but especially on your renderings, it just really, I think, is a sort of thumb where I'm all for thumbs up, but it's a big thumb. And again, I think it's been through a lot, and I think the improvements and so forth are, I think the board is happy with it, and a good project.
Okay. I don't have anything to add. Okay. So who would like to make a motion? It's for project design approval.
I recommend the project be approved as presented. Says I find the project is compatible, and
We'll pull up the findings, Mr. Sullivan.
thank you.
This is for PDA. Reading off the project compatibility findings, the project is consistent with the design guidelines. It's compatible with the architectural character and the city and neighborhood, appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale. Thank you. Sensitive to the adjacent landmarks and historic resources, respects public views of the ocean and mountains, and use of open space and landscaping.
Someone want a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Do you want to add in?
Happy to add that as a condition.
Well, I think you've heard, and if you think it's appropriate, it's not a game changer for me, but I think it would improve your project.
Yeah, I would just encourage quality detailing as you typically do, and just to continue to accentuate what you're showing on the plans and not.
Handle your expansion joints well.
Yeah. I will say I was bummed when the whole industrial theme went away when you had the combined. But
Yeah.
that was like years ago now at this point.
It was
so,
years ago.
Yeah.
My beard has grown
I know.
in that time.
All right, let's take a vote.
Okay, here we go. Chair Anderson,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Six,
Yes.
and Board Member Sofrin.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, and there is a 10-day appeal period, and the process is on the screen. No, there's no appeal period. Don't put it on the screen.
Appeals count as hearings, and we're at our 5th hearing, so.
don't appeal. You can't do it.
No
You're
ability
allowed.
to have
Okay.
another hearing, unfortunately.
I want to start coming after 7 PM.
Yeah. All right. Okay, and we will adjourn our meeting for the day. Thank you.